in view of uh, adding or deleting or in a way restructuring the syllabus of our MBA students. A step taken in consideration with the demands and needs of the industry along with our academic support. This is the idea that we had in our minds when we were interacting with people from the industry and then people from academia. Being autonomous college, we thought we will use this privilege of regularizing or putting the syllabus onto the front page with the help of different resource people available at our disposal. And we have with us two eminent personalities and well-wishers of the college, more so friends of mine personally, to guide us and then to take us forward this institution. They have been all the time with me, and of course my faculty members. Every time whenever a new idea comes from the principal's desk, they are there to take it forward. That willingness is appreciated and long way to go. At this juncture, I thank all of you and wish all the best to all the faculty members, those who are going to involve in serious discussions with the syllabus, with the people who are coming and with the existing faculty. And this is the context that we are in, and thank you.
Thank you, Father. Now we have our guest of honor, Professor T. Sriramulu, Chairman Board of Studies and Dean College Development Council, Osmania University, and Sir is the Professor in the Department of Business and Management since 2012. Sir's specializations are Marketing and General Management. Professor Sriramulu has an experience of 23 years in teaching. And Sir is the recipient of many awards and he has achieved many accolades. Sir has been a presiding officer for the Parliament General Election, Assembly and Hyderabad Municipal Corporation elections. Sir has been a seminar director for 5 national seminars and 2 international seminars. And Sir has chaired and has been an expert panel member for 10 national seminars and 5 international seminars. Sir is a professional member with Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi, All India Management Association, Hyderabad Management Association, OUCA MBA Hyderabad, Global Association for Continuum of Business Management. Sir, we welcome you, sir, to give the address.
Thank you, madam. Respected dignitaries, Professor R. Nageshwar Rao, Head Department of Business Management and Director IQSC Osmania University, and my teacher, Professor Dr. D. Sundar Reddy Garu, Principal of St. Joseph College, Dean Madam, and my young friend, Professor L. Srinivas, and all the colleagues from the different institutions and industry. And first of all, I am congratulating Father and total college because we have taken a new initiative. This is required because it's a need of our. And we have the 23 colleges of autonomous, but none of college started, so you only started this. So we are welcoming and we are saying congratulations to you. And now coming to the concept of academia and industrial interface. Here we have the n number of definition, but most thing is that interaction and collaboration between the academicians and industry. So normally in PhD we have the research gap, like that here also that we have the research gap, theory and practice. We will teach theory in management, but practice what is happening that we don't know that. So that's why that lot of gap is there. So you want to minimize that so that you take a bold step. And ultimate gain of that, this will be help the students in their growth and their personal career. And next thing is that setting up a laboratory, example if science is laboratory or industry chair, guest faculty, and ultimately student perspective the placements. So these are the few uses of this. And in the context of the globe, they already 40 years before only they started, but Indian government started in 2006, and with the fund of 250 crores, so now all the IITs they are participating in that. So we are not having that fortune because only IITs and their Number two, that they focused on the IIMs like that. And our government side said that the linkage, bridge or gap between the industry and academician, that is the Indian government. Friends, when we say that globally we have that four important models are there about the industry and academia interaction in that. First model, that the USA model. So USA model says that money essential need for which sector? So money funded for essential funding research needed sector, not other sector. So in their context that for the US, where they want to spend money and what is the essential sector. When we say that essential, friends, that will be changed. That will be changed. Like now virus, Chinese related. In USA they are practicing, in our case that very slow. But something happened that we are neighboring countries, tomorrow we will be face the problem like that. So now this, according to US model, now that is the one of the research area. Another model called that UK model, in total now government of India we are following that. Grants from the government to relevance area. So broad definition relevance area, which is relevant, which is irrelevant, we can't just say that. But relevant areas. So almost Indian government we are following that the British formula as a common of the country also. Like we have that another model called that Israel model. Israel model is that unique, that innovation research. So they will focus on innovation only. Anything they want, innovations only. And they focus on the multidisciplinary research and application part they are focusing more and more. That's why that now Israel becoming that, especially in the innovations they are superior in few areas, especially defense related like that. Earlier that, or even now you can say that Russian model or American in the defense, but now Israel is upcoming and now our Indian government have that close relation with the Israeli model. Next we have that Canada model, friends. So here, what they do that? Strengthen the database like our networking marketing. Next that, technology transfers and establishment of centers. So this is the Canada model. So four models, these are the models which are practiced by the four different countries, and being a Commonwealth country or upcoming country, we are also having, but in our formula we have that majority part we are depending upon the British government, but again here when the government changed that, now government following that the Israel model like that. So like that depending upon the government like that. So once again I am appreciating Father Dr. Sundar Reddy Garu taking a bold step, because in a one day we can't do anything, but when you and we sit together, because we have the theoretical knowledge, you have the practical knowledge, then we will solve the societal problem. Ultimate, when we are doing business, that society is the most important. So thank you, sir, for taking the good and bold decision. And I wish this will be bring large to your department, and your colleagues and other will be benefited by this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking ideas. May I now invite Professor Vandana Samba, Director, Research and Faculty Development, to introduce our chief guest, Professor R. Nageshwar Rao.
Professor R. Nageshwar Rao started his academic journey as an assistant professor in the year 1989 at Department of Business Management, Osmania University. Professor Rao has international academic presence at the capacity of professor. Professor Rao has served as supervised 16 PhDs and 4 MPhils. Sir also published 13 articles at the national and international level and authored 6 books. Professor served Osmania Universities at various capacities as Controller of Examination, Director Admissions, Director Infrastructure, Officer on Special Duty to Vice Chancellor, Dean Department of Business Management, CBOS Department of Business Management. Presently, Professor Rao is the head of the Department of Business Management, Osmania University, and the Director IQAC. We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, this wonderful morning.
Yes, sir. Professor Nageshwar sir will be addressing the gathering.
morning to you. Reverend Father Dr. D. Sundar Reddy Garu, I was always appreciating. In the absence of Father also, he is particularly a person with a great logistics. He basically from the English department and PhD is also from the English department. We being a professors for management and we are not able to generate this kind of ideas even though we are having a very big structure back at Usmania University. Right. As Sri Ramlu said very rightly, though we have n number of autonomous colleges, the intention of autonomous college university is granting to provide with an idea that a kind of incubation center is creating a new ideas, right? And that's what, and we are very happy that St. Joseph is a proud college to Usmania University, and Usmania University is very happy that they have granted autonomy to this one, St. Joseph. And in this year itself, I think I have witnessed a couple of seminars. That is what generating a new idea. Let us discuss that idea, and it's an open forum, brainstorming sessions. At least I think one idea definitely will come that will be useful to the CSR, corporate social responsibility, right? So that's the way I think my appreciation definitely goes to St. Joseph College under the guidance of Professor Dr. D. Sundar Reddy Garu, principal of this college. And my appreciation also goes to Professor Sri Ramlu. Looks like he has studied the importance of this kind of incubation or whatever it may be, academia and industry interaction. That's what one of the examples that he has taken, my dear friends. And that's what I told you already. When I visited in United States of America last year, and every day they will have a brainstorming session. It is something like that, my dear friends. If I don't work, I think I have to encourage the people to work. I don't work and I never encourage the people to work, then the system is going to be absent. And such country, UK, USA, and basically, you know, friends, they are not very hard workers actually. I have seen United Father also, they have seen they are not very hard workers. But their successful is they try to integrate both academia and industry. Wherever there is an intellectual, they respect the intellectual like anything. That's what Sri Ramlu has taken an example of Israel. And generally for the defense part, USA never invents. Israeli, they do the lot of research and development, innovation, and they will invent for the United States of America, right? So that's the way I think definitely the appreciation also goes to my colleague back at the department, Dr. D. Sri Ramlu, for having this kind of approach, and he has given so many models. Let us, study. Those must welcome my colleague, Dr. Sudha, also from Department of Business Management. And as you are aware, and this is the first project, RUSA 2.0, and the Department of Business Management has received a letter by the sanctioning 50 lakhs, right? And this 50 lakhs, and also they have given the time to complete the spending of this 50 lakhs by September. And before that, we have to complete, and we are very proud to announce that Dr. Sudha has been appointed as a coordinator of this program, and presence makes a difference here, right? And coming to the, I have studied an USA model. That model, they will identify the contemporary issues between the academia and the industry. And generally after the Trump government, right, and they have issued very clear guidelines that, and many students are crazy to go to USA to obtain the MS degree. But it's not that crazy to obtain the MS degree, it is crazy to stay back in United States of America. That's the open fact, you know. But here, they are not encouraging as soon as you completed the course, right? As soon as the results are announced, take the certificates and go back to your country. But industry academia, they have advised Trump, there are the two areas which you need to open, minimum. That is, it is related to the ICT, information communication and technology. Because our people, they don't work much on that one. Our people are always managers, but they don't do technical jobs. But who will do the technical job for you? And they have given exemption. And those candidates who have done MS, ICT or information technology, and they have given us straight away permission for 3 years to work in the United States of America. And the second thing, If it is possible, I request the institution also, why can't you organize one very good workshop on business analytics? Business analytics. And this is the one area, again, United States of America has permitted the students from various countries who completed business analytics. Again, 3 years permission they have granted to work in their country. Here, what actually, friends, I think, because I'm head on director IQSC, I have to tell you, and what is happening, this is a clear, message from the industry, and they are claiming it is a less than 30% your students are suitable to our jobs, right? And we always talk about the academics, but at times what is happening, we fail to take the industry requirement, but after completion of the course, again we are going to the industry for the employability, right? And there are 2 important facets which we need to remember. One is creating of the employability is the one area, but the government is not looking for that area. They are looking for the entrepreneurship actually. They are looking for entrepreneurship. And sometimes what is happening, you see, and the situation when the industry academic interaction is absent, what will happen? And last year I was a member of the police recruitment committee, and unfortunately they are the jobs for constables, not even for the sub-inspectors actually. And I found 4 biodatas of those candidates who completed a PhD for the position of constable. And here, these things, why it will happen in this sense, and what is happening in the industry we do not know. And we teach certain things which are not relevant to the industry even. That's what I'm trying to say. The autonomy we are granting to the colleges, maybe your college could be a guiding factor to the university even, right? And here, whatever you are doing, and without the interaction of the industry and whatever you are teaching, that remains only 30%. When this 30% goes to 70% relevance to the industry, I think you no need to go to the industry will come to you, and again you will restrict the industry, we are restricting only these companies. And the second thing, when they want to come to the placement of this college, they have to pay 5 lakhs at least, then only they can enter into this St. Joseph College. That's definitely which is going to happen, and this is because of that. So, my credit also goes to Dr. Anita Madam in academics, and also Srinivas Garu, and head of department Martin, and director center Dana Trisa, and all the faculty members. That's what always I'm telling you. Building of the institution, it is not possible by the leader actually. Leader is the guidance, he will give it to you. From that one you have to build every day, at least one rock you have to add. Therefore, the quality is going to be differently, the industry will be coming to you. Friends, it is a simple thing. There is a one family and they don't interact with anybody. They just stay back. They don't have relatives, they don't have friends, they don't have anybody. And you visit their house, how their house is going to be. There is another family. They have good friends, they have good relatives, and they try to conduct some interactive programs with their friends and relatives, and you see their house structure and so on. There is a clear difference between these two. When you are understanding this clear difference, why can't we go to the industry and invite the people, right? They talk something and you will try to gather some inputs from them. When you feel that those inputs are very relevant to you, and you will try to execute them immediately. When you feel that certain inputs are irrelevant to you, but that irrelevance also will try to see that why that irrelevance is there. Is there any possibility that that irrelevance can be converted into the relevance and so on. This is the secret of success. That means it's like an opening up of our minds, right? And when you open up the minds, the idea generation is possible. And this idea generation, you have to disseminate the market. Again, what is happening in the market also we have to consider. That's an exact phase of industry and academia interaction. As long as we are interacting, always you will be very smart actually. There is no question that your face will not be commented by anybody, nobody. Your face is going to be glowing, and that's what which is going to happen, right? So with this one, I think the appreciation goes to the entire St. Joseph College for initiating this kind of initiatives. I am sure that at least one point comes from this meeting today. I am very, very happy. Even one point is not emerging. At least you have given a scope for the thinking. That is going to happen. And I wish you all the best for the St. Joseph, particularly for the Sundar Garu, for a kind of rational thinking. You see, this kind of thinking sometimes you see, like this may be small meat, but I'm sure that definitely one new point will emerge. That is what I always have tried you. Value-based, addition of the value-based management. Every day one point has to add to the value-based management. That's what I think as an autonomous college, my advice is that we can have a n number of MOAs with the industry. University will not stop. Right? And try to create a KBC, Knowledge Base Center. St. Joseph is the Knowledge Base Center. And the people will approach you what we have to do. When the people are approaching you what you have to do, definitely I think you're going to achieve. It is not the competitive spirit I'm telling you, my dear friends. It's a participative spirit what I'm trying to say. Right? In education, there's no competition. I don't know what the St. Joseph has to say competitor to some other colleges. Never. I feel that the St. Joseph is a source of knowledge with a participatory approach. That is what, and I feel that you should be a guidance factor to the so many institutions with a positive attitude, and undoubtedly your institute also will grow simultaneously. And I feel proud that St. Joseph has invited me as the chief guest of this function. And at this end, I am trying to say all the faculty members, you have committed for a cause. You have committed for a cause, and try to execute the same cause with 100% energy. 100% energy. I have seen many friends, maybe this out of the way I may be talking, and the people who have committed to the institution, I think the same commitment also is there in the home. And you cannot say that I have committed great in the home and I don't want to do it here. No way. It is something like that when I go to the home by 8:30 and we'll have my food, and 9 o'clock myself and my wife will start reading actually. When we are reading, our children also start reading. If the Nageshwari started drinking by 9 o'clock, my children also may be getting the feeling that why can't we drink? That is what there is a difference between these two. And another this one, actually, this is a great example which I have seen. A person who got a stones in the kidney or gallbladder, he went to the two different people. One person has advised, sir, this is not the major problem. What I advise you, 3 times you try to have a like watermelon juice. You take watermelon, therefore within no time your kidney stones are going to be very clear. He went to the second person, maybe like me, has given advice, morning 1 glass beer, afternoon 1 glass chilled beer, night time also another beer, therefore your kidney stones will dissolve. When you look at the idea between these two, what kind of idea is the first one, and it is utility, rational thinking. I want you to rationally think about it. And this one, sometimes what is happening, we feel that we are very high and we want to invite the industry people. But if that's the case, don't ask any jobs from the industry. Unless your students are suitable to the industry, you cannot demand the industry to come. Industry is the people, they are working on a real-time basis. But we are not working on a real-time basis. After to framing the syllabus also, we are depending on the books, right? That is what, when they are working on a real-time basis, people having a lot of ideas actually. That is what we are not objecting to having one add-on course, depends on, that is the add-on course of industry requirement, right? That you can have it in your syllabus after completion of the regular workload. Once you are able to do all this practically, my dear friends, I think there is no comma or full stop for your growth. Always Sri Ram sir used to say one thing, Kaizen theory is a continuous development of continuous development. Then definitely all the faculty members looks very smart, and ultimately St. Joseph also looks very smart. I wish you all the best and have a successful day. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, sir, for your message, which evoked such need to focus on industry academic linkages, its relevance and its prospects. Thank you, sir. Now we have felicitation to our chief guest and the guest of honor. I request our principal, Reverend Father D. Sundar Reddy, to felicitate the chief guest, Professor R. Nageshwar Garu, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Now we have felicitation to Professor D. Sri Ramlu Garu, guest of honor, with a memento and Father. Thank you, Father. Now I request Mrs. Dhanam Treza, head of the department, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor R. Nageshwara Garu, Guest of Honor, Professor D. Sriramulu Garu, our beloved Principal and most valued invited guests, faculty members, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a formal vote of thanks for the inaugural session of Industry Academia Meet 2020. I, on behalf of St. Joseph's Degree and PG College and the entire staff of the Department of Business Management, let me call it Fraternity of Field of Interest here together, and on my behalf, extend a very hearty thanks to all guests for gracing the occasion. At the outset, I must mention a deep sense of appreciation to Professor R. Nageshwara Garu, Head Department of Business Management and Director at USC, Osmania University, for accepting our invitation to be the Chief Guest for Industry Academia Meet inaugural ceremony. Thank you, sir, for sharing thoughtful words and mentioning that our college is a proud college of Osmania University and as an incubation center for generating new ideas, and at least one idea being generated during deliberations for CSR and also would benefit students at large. And also mentioning about the USA model and mentioning in certain areas of our college could be a guiding factor for OU. Thank you very much, sir. I would also place on record a gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor Sriramulu, Chairman, Board of Studies, Department of Business Management, and Dean, CDC, Osmania University, for being present here for the occasion. Thank you, sir, for the mention that we are the only ones who started this kind of program and also insisting on covering the gap between the industry and academia. Thank you very much, sir. I am also grateful to our beloved principal, Reverend Father Dr. D. Sundar Reddy Garu, for being our motivation, and he is the person and brain behind this Industry Academia Meet. We always look up to you, Father, for such kind of events in future for the success of this institution. Thank you, Father, for your appreciation and good wishes given to all of us. I also extend my thanks to Professor R. Anita, Dean Academics, Professor Vandana Samba, Director of Research and Faculty Development, Professor Srinivas, Director Placements, Dr. Martina, Director Skills Development Center, Mrs. Dunham, Head Department of Business Management, and all the faculty for the enormous cooperation for the organization of this event. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record hearty thanks to all the people for the perfect logistics, support and guidance they have extended to all of us for the conduct of this event. Thank you one and all.
How are you? I'm very good, sir. How are you, sir? Nice, sir. Nice. So nice. Good to get, sir. Yes. Where are you, right? Nice, nice, nice. Good luck.
పంపిస్తాను పంపిస్తాను
ఫలితం
Good morning to one and all present over here. I'm happy to share that this Industry Area Meet 2020 is the first meeting in the history of St. Joseph Degree and market requirements and strengthen the student in order to have the placement facility and all. Now I call upon our beloved principal to occupy his chair. I call upon Mr. Jacob, Senior Manager, Training Bulgaria, to occupy his chair. I request our principal to welcome our guest with a basket of fruits as a token of respect. I request Father to please hand over it to Mr. Jacob, Senior Manager from Bulgaria. Now I call upon Mr. Krishna, Vice President, ex-Vice President, Savings Bank, to occupy his chair. I request Father to present the basket of fruits. Now I request Father to please welcome Dr. Sudha ma'am with a basket of fruits. I request Father to welcome Dr. A. Sridevi, Academic Associate from Indian School of Business. To start with a brief profile, Mr. Jayakar, Senior Manager, Training Bulgaria. Sir is currently working as Senior Manager in Bulgaria Services India Private Limited. He is into industry since so many years and holds 13 years of industry experience. He has graduated from Wesley College, Osmania University in the year 2000. To introduce Mr. Krishna K, ex-Vice President, Indian Bank. Sir is a specialist, skills development, freelancer, and he holds professional experience across all the key areas of banking industry, business development, credit risk, financial analysis, risk management, operations, compliance, capital market operations, and client survey. Sir served for more than 4 years in the position of Vice President and Zonal Head, South for Indian Bank. Sir is a passionate instructor with proven ability to establish a positive classroom environment that promotes personal growth, self-confidence, and self-worth. I take the privilege to introduce our alumni, Mr. Greatis Rahul. I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Chirag, Senior Tax Consultant, Deloitte. Mr. Chirag is an experienced tax consultant with a demonstrated history of working in the management consulting industry, skilled in client services, global mobility, Microsoft Excel, Microsoft PowerPoint and finance, holds a master degree of business management from St. Joseph Degree and PG College. I would like to introduce Dr. V. Sudha, Associate Professor in Finance, Department of Business Management, Osmania University. Ma'am's qualification include MBA, PhD. Ma'am has 21 years of teaching experience, 2 years of industry experience, and has published 13 articles and presented 5 papers. Received career award for young teachers from AICT. To introduce Dr. A. Sridevi, working as an academic associate at Indian School of Business, ISB. Ma'am is also a visiting professor to Alliance University since 5 years. We wholeheartedly welcome you all to this wonderful gathering. Now we'll start the session. Sir, actually,
we'll be having a discussion paper-wise in finance session. We'll be going semester-wise. Professor Vandana ma'am, who is in charge for the finance session, she'll be running through paper-wise for the discussion. From semester 1, semester 2, semester 3 and semester 4, she'll be telling semester-wise papers. The first paper, ma'am, you can start with it.
Ma'am, we have placed the new syllabus of all the finance papers for all the 4 semesters. To start with, we have accounting for business in the first semester. And we have also placed in a file the old syllabus also. Yes, sir. So we have 5 units, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
The highlighted ones with the
Ma'am,
highlighted
just-
are the new things that have been added. You can see that, ma'am will be telling.
Ma'am, in the first unit in the financial accounting, in the new syllabus, 2021, the proposed one, actually there is a slight change when compared to the previous syllabus. According to the student suggestions and according to the faculty needs, we thought that IFRS, US GAAP and India GAAP to be included in the first unit. So that was one change we want to incorporate, and it is still under process. But whereas this particular accounting standards and the US GAAP and all in the previous syllabus, it was there in the 5th unit. In the 5th unit. And what we are planning to do is, the 5th unit totally we are removing this HR accounting and the gap, and we are incorporating marginal costing and break-even analysis in place of HR accounting. This HR accounting is a 5th unit in the previous syllabus, in the old syllabus.
The latest OU syllabus has this, the structure you are proposing.
Yes, ma'am.
This is in the very old one.
Acha.
After that, we incorporated this marginal costing chapter.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
latest one.
Yes. So, ma'am, the 5th unit, as far as the new syllabus is concerned, the 5th unit we are proposing the marginal costing and the break-even analysis, and inclusion of IFRS, US GAAP, and India GAAP in the first unit. So, this is what we want to incorporate. Whether it is whether we have to go further or I mean, we need your consensus in this regard. Yes, unit. Yes. Yes. In the second unit, ma'am, we have the final accounts and we have not changed anything. We are following the same, the old syllabus and the proposed syllabus is the same. So any suggestions from your end, we are ready to incorporate.
In the first unit, when you say IFRS, US GAAP, India GAAP, that's very vast.
Yes,
Maybe
ma'am.
you should say importance of accounting standards in a global context
Yes, ma'am.
and comparison between these. If you were to make them study each and every standard,
It will be very lengthy, ma'am. So we'll give an overview related.
comparisons, yeah, and overview comparisons and importance in global context.
Importance in global context. Yes, ma'am. Sridevi, ma'am, you want to suggest anything?
Same thing, I also feel so. So can you make it? It is more relevant in first unit at the end or at the beginning of the second unit before you start final account.
Okay.
But as Sudha ma'am said, it will be huge. So we have to abridge it to the relevance of what we are using.
Okay.
Not more than that.
Not more than that.
That's all.
First
Basic.
semester they'll get scared.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Krishna sir, you have anything to say with the first unit, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. I basically I think I'm audible.
Yes.
One of the points that I was noticing is it only restricting to the curriculum that we are talking, or is it the way in which it is delivered also?
We also.
Way also. Because one of the points that comes across to me is what are the types of financial accounting? I mean, there's a large industry out there. We have manufacturing concerns, we have services oriented industries, we have companies which are into e-commerce, which is just a platform, right? From that perspective. So what sort of examples are we going to use in your presentations is very important. Now, back then when we were doing our MBAs, we had a standard set of manufacturing units being the focus of everything. The balance sheet being showcases that, but you need to expand, you need to start looking at wider range of balance sheets, wider range of accounting treatments that are there. A music industry would require a certain amount of treatment for intangibles, for example, when considered to be from a manufacturing process. You need to have examples of financial accounting from a wider industry perspective. Maybe that could be looked at.
Wider includes the sectorial, you mean to say?
Exactly. So maybe you are when you showcase the financial accounting preparation part of it, you can give an example of different balance sheets, so that they are aware of what goes into it.
Fine, sir.
So, for example, my experiences in banking. So, if you look at a banking balance sheet, it looks completely different.
Correct.
Structure may be same, the content is completely different. Maybe an exposure to that will help them understand these points.
Definitely, sir. We'll take it. Mr. Jaikar, sir, you have anything to give as a suggestion, sir?
Good morning, all. I concur with Sudha ma'am and Sridevi ma'am, and I understand that what sir is saying, Mr. Krishna is saying is right. Because as we speak about today, the servicing industry is more on a rise. And if you hear or look into the job portals, there are more of US gaps. I'm sorry to say this, but Indian IFRS and Indian gaps are still considered less, but US gap is where people are really looking at. Because you have ultimate number of areas where the job market is open there. If you get into the Australian market, then you'll understand that they are still looking at Indian gaps. They're trying to concur with IFRS, but I think US gap is totally a different standard. So maybe you can include those also into your academics, and maybe you can relate students well. Because what happens is they read through this, as ma'am already explained, that there are vast chapters, and understanding and remembering everything is not the goal here. Adaptability and accepting things is more important. So maybe your presentation should talk about those things.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
One more quick point to add as far as financial accounting is concerned.
Yes, sir.
These are more of theoretical in nature as to understanding the accounting, the definitions and so on. But most of the times when you actually look at this, these are like, for example, recording business transactions you have mentioned, right? Nowhere the type of accounting systems that are used, the ERP packages that are used in terms of how these are recorded, because fundamentals are different. You are talking about, for example, the trial balance, preparation of trial balance.
Yes.
In true sense, there is no preparation of trial balance. The computer does it automatically.
Correct.
So, what are the softwares that are used for accounting? It's something that you can probably mention or have it as an included activity. It could be QuickBooks, it could be a Tally solution, it could be Oracle Financials, any other software that is used. You could probably have one topic on that as to what are the various things that are used. that will help them to understand accounting slightly better.
A blend of theory plus practical.
Yes, more than practical, I would say expose them to the types of software that are available actually.
Yeah, Vandana, I can suggest PSL has come up with a software called MyLab Accounting.
Okay.
So MyLab Financial Management. So these kind of softwares will help them to practice the things. Once you explain the theory, when they put all these values in it, straight away, enterprise resource planning, it will go into that. So MyLab Accounting.
Are they free?
No. But as an organization, they can purchase. It's not very costly. Along with the textbook, you have to get a license. Maybe textbooks around 1,000 rupees. The license will be around 300 rupees. So it's not very costly. We have been doing at IIM Bangalore as well as at ISB. For the teaching people also, assignments and all, it will be easy. Once you set up it, they can go and do it. Learning, it is interactive too.
Definitely. And Mr. Chiran, do you have anything to say?
First of all, I would like to thank Srinivas sir to giving me this opportunity to come here and speak among all the dignitaries and also our father here. So I would not comment more on the theoretical part that is mentioned here because I think we have all the highly professionals and lecturers from different colleges and universities here. So what I would like to mention here from industry perspective is we are in a digital age. So when we say we are in digital age, the next thing is that comes to the mind is data. So that is something that industry is looking for. So when we say data, there is immense data that is all around today, and the way we manage it is the key that companies are looking at. So for example, I would say when we say finance or accounting, so we all go through this academics during our colleges. We learn about accounting procedures and all this. But one thing that we lack is the practical perspective of it, how it is implemented in real-time scenarios. So any ways by which we can expose the students to those practical scenarios will help them, map that gap that they have. Like at one end they are reading theory, at the other end they would be able to map that in mind. Okay, whatever I'm learning here, how will I implement in the real-time scenarios? And the second thing is the very basic thing that even I've gone through when I joined the company is understanding of Microsoft tools, the very basic Excel. So that is something I think it should be incorporated into the syllabus, because the moment I enter the company, the job world, the basic thing what I'll be doing is the Excel or the software that company is using. So if I don't have that minimalistic understanding of it, then definitely I lag behind. Even though I have good technical knowledge on the accountings and all that, but if I don't have that extra edge over the accounting systems, as sir mentioned, and the very basic Excel tool, then definitely that will not help, and that will take you time to get acquainted to the job. So that's something that I want to mention, that Excel, advanced Excel probably need to be incorporated in the syllabus, so that the students are ready by the time they are into the job profile, they know what they can do it. Like most of the financial models in the industry are based out of Excel. Like they do complex models on the Excel. So if they have that understanding, then definitely they can have that extra edge over their peers. And the second point that I want to mention is when we say accounting and financials, there is a lot of company data that is involved. But what company or management looks at is the gist of it. Like I don't want to read through all the documents, the accounting documents that have, but I need something that can help me make my decision quicker. So there comes the need of digitization, like how we present that data. Like there are tools currently like Tableau Tableau and Alteryx, and there is something called Power BI. So these are some very buzzwords around the industry now, which companies are using. So this will help them to present the data. Like Power BI is a very good tool that will capture all the data. When you put all the data into it, it will give you the graphics of that data, and that will help the management to make decisions quicker. They can see the flow charts and all those things. So I think that's something that we can implement into the syllabus that will help students have an extra edge over it.
Thank you, Chirag. Now, shall we move to the second unit, ma'am? So the second unit we have final accounts, ma'am. In that we have preparation of and presentation of financial statements, distinction between capital and revenue expenditure. Then in the next part we have depreciation. In the second unit.
You can add probably the relevant IAS, IFRS standards you mentioned in this.
In the second unit,
Yeah.
sir.
As far as the depreciation is
Starting of the
concerned.
second unit.
Yeah.
Companies Act.
Companies Act.
Companies Act.
Companies Act.
Provisions of Companies Act.
Which are applicable for these specific standards.
For presentation. Companies Act.
Relevant to final account.
Yeah,
Relevant to
final account.
and depreciation. Yeah.
Provisions from basic provisions for presentation
And one more thing, ma'am, in the depreciation we are restricting it to straight line method and reducing balance method. It is more than enough, I feel. Yes. So we are not going to the annuity method and all. Done.
One suggestion.
Yes, sir, Jacob, sir.
Because most of the MPAs are now diverse. They don't come from the commerce background.
Exactly.
I definitely would recommend you to take some steps to make them understand this chapter very well. Because I've been associated with them for a long time now, and by depreciation they understand it's only a reduction of value. They don't understand what is the real intent of it. And when you really ask them, how do you think they'll be in the books of account, they tell you either the trading and profit and loss account or the balance sheet part. They don't complete the double entry. And this is not with the commerce students, it's with the tech students, the non-commerce students, and they really have a problem expressing themselves that they know final accounts. So maybe I think we do a good job by letting them understand this, but they don't take a practical understanding of this because I think they go by the marks assigned to this topic in the examination.
Exactly.
And I don't think depreciation carries any marks.
No, they have a choice between this capital and revenue and all, and
They have a choice, is it?
Yes, yes, sir. So the second part they will leave it
So
completely.
in fact, to add to Jaikar sir's point, which is very, very valid because MBAs typically are not necessarily from commerce background, they are from diverse background. Maybe you can add a precursor course to your finance module, which is finance for non-finance students, which gives a very basic understanding of what is commerce even before they come to the final account stage.
Yes.
Very overview, just an overview of the that would help them to understand it and understand the subject slightly better. Okay. Oh, that's good now.
10 days we do it, so that they understand this and they are on par with commerce.
Cool.
Now, shall we proceed to the unit 3, ma'am? It's a financial statement analysis we have. And also we have the ratio analysis part. The common size comparative trend. 3 financial statements we'll be focusing on.
Here I have a very specific point, ma'am, as far as financial statement analysis is concerned.
Sir, please.
Over the last few years, I've been interacting with a wide range of MBA students, so this comes from that perspective. They pick up financial ratio analysis as one of their project works.
Correct.
Majority of them, at least. Kind of work that they put in is not really up to the mark because they don't understand the implication of these ratios. Ratios are taught, while there is a thing that is said that rational and utility of ratio analysis, but I suppose the textbooks that we use for these topics are little outdated and not up to the relevancy that is required. So we need to be updating with new material resources that you can pick from the internet and share it across to them as a caselet, a small caselet where they can prepare and present it. I've seen some of them doing a current ratio analysis for banking stocks, banking related companies. That is quite irrelevant. It's mostly used in a manufacturing concern and not a services industry. So the relevance of the ratios, which ratio is more applicable to which industry or service categories, is also important for them to know. And that's one crucial factor when particularly MBA students go on for job interviews, and being freshers, they are questioned on project work. And if the project work is based on these ratio analysis, then definitely that needs to be looked at. So maybe you can add more of the examples, more of real-time case sets that can be provided to them.
This year we are planning for all subjects in case studies. Nearby from IIM and HBR also, after business review also we have like purchase that will also.
Sudha ma'am, Sridevi ma'am, Jacob sir, anything to add on? Yes, we have proposed it, so we kept like that as problems and cases. And coming to the fourth unit, sir, we have funds flow analysis and cash flow analysis. According to AS3 standards, we are following.
Funds flow can be no longer is used. There you can introduce use of Excel, advanced Excel for
Yes, ma'am.
for accounting, or this Tableau of course is for presentations. I would recommend that here.
End of the
For the overall it can be shown. Tableau and Power BI. In students, there's a free version.
yes.
Of course, if the college can afford nothing like it, we'll all also come and learn here. I know our students are going ahead, so I sit with them and discuss for updation. All the time I'm trying to learn from them. So they tell me about all this, I recently we applied for something and I had to do a lot of homework. At least I did homework. Some of my colleagues are still, they don't know what's happening outside. Yeah, so you can remove funds flow here
Yes, ma'am.
and tally or something you can
Yes, ma'am.
introduce here.
Jacob sir, anything?
Ma'am, with both Unit 3 and Unit 4, I think it's more to understand the presentation rather than look at the presentation. So as most of us have mentioned here that understanding this trend analysis, understanding the cash flow, what does it represent, that will come only by looking at the practical things. So maybe we can add some more practical case studies as
Definitely, sir.
Father already mentioned we are using case studies, but why I am specifying on this is most of the time as the end result, how do you speak about it? Like when they talk about trend analysis also, they should be knowing where and what they are talking about. When they're talking about cash flows also, it's not like this is the cash coming in, this is the cash coming in. That is the end of the analysis. How is it utilized? Where is it going? How is it coming in? So these are all practical things. So once you get to the practical part of it, I think it will become much better. They'll understand and they'll connect to the subject also.
Definitely, sir.
Actually, I don't know why this subject has been put in the first semester at all. By the time they finish this, they have an aversion to it is a very boring and dry subject. It should have been put in the second semester if you ask me. Financial management in the first and financial accounting, maybe that can be tried out as an experiment sometime, because this puts off people, this subject. It's a little difficult.
Tedious.
Yeah, it's tedious. It's not, it's difficult for the ones who come from non-commerce background. So they're competing with people who've studied this for 3 years. And they get put off. If you begin with financial management, they're all equal. And then you go on to accounting, the sky is not going to fall by doing something like this.
Hey, please. I'm sorry, I'm disturbing. Very, very sorry. Please, what is this? I will start a complete. I'll sit here. No problem. list of all of you, please.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sit, sit.
Student of, sir.
Really? Good, 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 good. Very nice.
Anyway, that's it.
We'll try out, ma'am. Definitely, we'll take this input and we'll try out this academic year. In the fifth,
good morning, one and all. It's my honor to introduce Professor A. Vidyadhar Reddy. He's the marketing guru. He's the great motivator. He's the light for young people like us. And thank you very much, sir. He's a senior professor in the Department of Business Management, Osmania University, Hyderabad. He completed his MBA from Osmania University, PhD from Kakatiya University, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. He's having 30 years of teaching experience. He published many articles and presented papers, national and international level. We welcome you, sir. We are very happy to have you in the morning, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
now I request Father.
Father to present a
We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. Ma'am, shall I proceed further? In the fifth unit, actually ma'am, in the previous syllabus we have HR accounting gap and all, so we have replaced it with the marginal costing and the break-even analysis, and exclusively this we have taken up because students were very bored up with the HR accounting and all, so on their request, so that was taken into consideration. So whether we have to go forward or the suggestion is correct, we want your input, ma'am.
This is fine. You can add managerial uses of marginal costing.
Yes, ma'am. Krishna sir, you have anything to say?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we proceed to the financial management? Next, in the second semester, ma'am, we have this financial management. So there are, for the previous syllabus and the new syllabus, there are no changes, ma'am. We thought it is better to continue with the old one. And still, if there is any changes from your end, you please let us know, ma'am. So the unit 1, we have an introductory to the finance meaning, definition and all, evolution of finance function, and maximizations of profit, wealth and welfare, risk return trade-off, concept of time value of money. There are small practical exercises we will be doing with the future value and the present value.
I think here you can use Excel.
Yes, ma'am.
So that like a practical exposure. Already you have used in the financial accounting. When you use Excel, I think Excel should be better. Because most of them are in industry. Most of these calculations are directly done in Excel because we have all the costs.
Yes, ma'am.
So it will be easy for them.
We are going unit by unit, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So first unit seems to be okay, ma'am.
Vidyadhar, sir. Your input, sir. Jaika sir, shall we proceed further? Unit 2, we have investment decision. So wherein the traditional methods and the modern methods of capital budgeting, we are teaching them and including these DCF techniques. So we are restricting it to sensitive analysis.
Can you add sources of capital there?
Sources of capital, ma'am?
Yeah.
To the
Financing decision. It's the third unit.
third unit.
No, are you discussing the second?
Second.
Second is budget.
Yes, ma'am.
planning to purchase, you know, because
Yes, yes, yes.
case studies will help them, many of the projects are done on this. They choose this as one of the projects.
Yeah, project
finance.
Projects.
Most of in that situation, a case study will help them.
Some inputs from my side is
Please, sir.
when we are looking at capital budgeting, they still don't understand it is a way to understand which project to take up or not to take up.
Feasibility. With
Feasibility.
regard to the feasibility.
Why am I saying this is, I have spoken to some people and they say, I want to be an entrepreneur. Why are you doing this MBA? I want to be an entrepreneur. When I ask them what's your plan to do, I have only plan A. When they have plan A, I ask them, how do you go about this? They don't know what they're talking about. So I'm worried, like when they're doing some investment decision for themselves, and going through this capital budgeting subject, I'm not even talking about industry. In industry, they don't even apply this because I think most of them get trained by their superiors. They understand that they have to follow this procedure, they do it. But actually, do they understand capital budgeting is my question. Because sometimes when we ask them, what is the payback period, they relate as it's a formula.
Correct.
It's not a formula, it's like understanding what's going into this. I'm really worried from the industry perspective because there are many service-oriented places where this is really being used. As of now, at least another 6 organizations are using this, otherwise from Arcadia. But we still don't get right people understanding capital budgeting. I don't know, maybe the chapter-wise we're not putting so much of time into it, or it just goes by a running methodology that you start and you finish. I don't know, capital budgeting is not, it's a vast subject but it's not understood really well. So maybe sessions-wise, when we're doing practical inputs are necessary. Because I read those textbooks which have project A, project B, project C, but they don't really tell you what it is. In theory, why will I read a project A, project B? It's just a project for me, but if you show them that these are financials of this company, these are financials of this company, maybe the presentation of the topic has to change. Because it's theory a lot, and they apply some formulas, and they get the answer. We are not looking at the answer. As of now, no service industry is looking at the answer. So I think the methodology of teaching this subject should change a bit.
So that is what as Sridevi ma'am has said, we'll go for the case, the practical component will include in the
In fact, at this point, ma'am, to add to both of them and as well as Chirag's point, starting ground up on the Excel, because financial modeling is completely based on this. So your sensitivity analysis, the way that things change when you change variables into it, which is the base for any of the financial modeling at the end. If you can introduce or if you can ensure that these workings that they do are completely from the scratch. You don't give any template, you don't give anything, you just like how Jaykar sir said, you give them a case study of something that needs to be identified and then use Excel to start ground up, right from the very basic of formatting the Excel to inputting the formula, what is the relevant formula that needs to be inputted, and making sure that they understand the variable changes that happen and all these things. So that will help probably understand A is better, B is better, C is better by themselves. So that could probably help. At the same time, it will also help them to understand Excel better. This is a place where Excel can be of significant use to capture both capital budgeting as well as.
We have all the inbuilt financial functions in Excel.
Yeah, they need to know where they should apply. Again, ma'am, last few years I've been looking at MBA students. They don't know what functions are available also. Forgetting about how to use it. So where is the
Maybe you should begin with one experimental batch. A few students you should identify, the ones who are interested in doing deeper learning, and try to focus on these people and make them learn the whole thing, and then in placements how they perform, others will be motivated. I mean, you can't do that to the whole class. Maybe 10 or 15 people you identify, give them more and more and more work. Because normally the MBA students, they do only shallow preparation, they don't go deep.
Yes. So the point, ma'am, why I'm emphasizing Excel at this point of time is this particular chapter has a lot of scope for them to use Excel, significant use of Excel, and that will help them eventually when they go for their actual corporate experience. Because as Jacob sir said, probably in an interview, nobody is going to ask you on capital budgeting questions directly. It's very rare that you find questions of this nature in an interview or even their actual working. It's going to be an advanced level. Once they reach, only then they will be doing capital budgeting, not in their initial stages. What helps them is to understand the concept behind it and how it's used. So Excel really helps for them at this point.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Here I need to put another point that we have been talking since the beginning that Excel is one of the important things. Actually, in the first semester, they are having IT applications for managers, the practicals. Now, as the discussion is going on, I understood one of the things is they are having financial tools in the second unit, where they will be covering the NPV, what is future value, what is present value, how to use the PMT function, goal seek, what if analysis, pivot table. So these all the things are there. But this is in the first semester, where in the first semester they are not coming to the basics. So I found it difficult when I've been teaching them what is meant by that PMT function is exactly. So I've used some cases from the YouTube. I have taken the cases and I told them like a theory one. Yes, then it will be like helpful for them.
And also, ma'am, as far as your point is concerned, ma'am, teaching an IT tool separately as a program definitely helps them to understand the basics. But again, the application of it comes to it when it is the subject that we are teaching. It should be integrated with the subject. If you are standalone teaching them, then there is every possibility that they forget it. Data analysis or BI that we speak about. Again, as a concept, it's very good. But when you apply it to the subject, how does it change? That is important as well.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
This relevant, maybe it's too broad. I feel set up a finance lab where you can integrate with the placement side.
Yes.
So in that situation, you can choose and as ma'am said, you can take up some students and it will be an incubation center for the students where you are mapping the finance knowledge to the computer and to the industry straight away, where you incorporate all the subjects. It may not be step by step, but just before your placements or 2-3 months before, you can enhance their skills so that it will be more relevant. Basically, straight away. So
Actually, we need to approach them personally to have a more careful discussion in order to.
To add on a point, in accounting for business, we were discussing that we need moving funds to analysis. So in that case, in spite of Excel, can we have basic financial modeling so that you can build the gap, what is there in IT subject?
That will be more suitable actually.
I think as Sudha ma'am said, IT is more relevant to financial management.
Yeah.
When you are teaching the basic Excel, if you have caselets of financial management, because you have more finance functions.
Yeah, but in place of Excel or Tally, because no one is using rigorously Tally ERP as such, can we have basic financial modeling as one unit in place of funds to analysis?
That would be little too much because already it is financial account is so much. It starts with journal entries, it ends with financial statements. So it's a huge, vast thing. For them, it will be too much. So if we are reducing one thing, let it be like that. Introduction of Excel will help them, or Tally will help them to learn something different, not overburdening them. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Whatever we teach them, we want it to be in them. Rather than doing too many things, what you teach should be depth.
Yes.
There should be depth, which is missing. For that, I suggest identify a few people. And to be in that particular group, people have to work hard to be there and then train them extensively.
Definitely, ma'am. And going to the third unit, ma'am, financial decisions, that is introduction to capital structure theories, EBIT, EPS analysis, leverages, and then comparison of cost of capital, average versus marginal cost of capital.
Instead of introduction, I suggest sources of capital.
introduction and sources of capital. We welcome our alumni, Mr. Greatest Rahul, for this session. We welcome you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We don't need big cases.
Small legs.
Case legs also.
Shall we proceed to the unit 4? We have working capital and dividend decision, and practically even we feel this unit is very vast. So we really want your suggestion from this end, ma'am, because almost 15 classes we are taking. So we have working capital here, we have receivables management, we have inventory management, we have cash management, wherein we have studied that the so
You can remove problems there. You can remove the
practical problems from all the
Again, to go with the flow, the things in this are more to do with the manufacturing concern.
Sir.
Absolutely.
And manufacturing concerns are not many in India.
Okay.
And what we are talking about, external world, is more towards servicing this. So if you say 15 classes is being spent on this, that's huge. Maybe you can shift those classes towards capital budgeting or financial analysis, and maybe you can reduce that, because as ma'am suggested, going to the practical questionnaire is also not a great thing in this, because most of them can be done. So maybe you can think about that, because manufacturing units, I think people who are doing CS again get a better advantage than the MBAs, if you really look into that. So maybe we can look into those places where you can reduce the classes.
Okay, sir.
Excuse me, can we have this working capital analysis the 5th unit instead of this corporate governance? Because we have corporate governance, we can also include in business law of the subject.
So both of them are really different and really important, because working capital management, even though it is not in hand, accounts payable teams use it a lot. So there's a lot of world outside there which is in the service industry, which is accounts payable. So if they don't understand working capital, they'll not work on it. And mergers and acquisitions are big time service industry.
Correct.
So you have a niche industry for acquisition and merger. So I definitely want the topics to be there, but maybe the reduction of a practicality and approach of that is to change.
Definitely, sir.
Probably to add to Jacob's first point, you can probably, because as you said, the industry, which is service industry, is predominantly focusing on accounting processing activities. Maybe you can look at more specific points, like your P2P, R2R, and O2C. These three processes, which are extensively used by companies for their practical or outsourced businesses typically, right? So when they're looking at this outsourced businessing, they need to understand it from a systemic perspective using ERPs. How does the P2P, R2R, and O2C work? So maybe those will help them directly in their interviews if they are getting into this kind of jobs, as well as understand the same concept of working capital slightly from a differentiated perspective, not from a textbook perspective.
Definitely, Sridhar ma'am. Ma'am.
Dividend decision is very, very important.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can focus on dividend decision more.
Right.
Then reduce the focus on working capital, and for dividend decision you can keep practical problems and all. When it
Okay.
comes to working capital, I think as Sudha ma'am suggested, problems can be eliminated.
Yes, ma'am.
So especially the receivable management, inventory management, cash management, you can reduce. Whereas with respect to only dividend valuation or decisions, because most of them in future they will be going to organizations or the industry where they have to calculate all these things. So that will be more relevant if you are in total finance stream, whether you are an investor, whether you are into financial CFO or something in future. Dividend decisions are more relevant.
Done.
Inventory
You can also
management.
add, keep inventory management.
Terrific.
You're going to tell them about the methods.
Yes, yes.
ABC, what it is.
Because this
You're
information
going to talk about them. You're not going to make them solve problems and all that unnecessary. You can include other corporate decisions like share buyback, stock split, ESOPs.
Inventory management, we can also have an operations management. We have.
You have, yeah, but here, just
The perspective differs.
we have what you also have that. Yeah, so that's we're not going to touch problems. Clearly, receivables management also, credit policy, credit standards, all that.
Mr. Chirag and Mr. Gredis, anything to add on?
I'm just trying to understand the inventory management part.
Yes.
So there's something, after the concepts, there's something called motives here. So in particular, as Sir was mentioning, I'm unable to read Sir's name. Yeah, Jagar Sir, as Jagar Sir mentioned, it is manufacturing unit specific or industry specific. So motives.
Motives
Are
are
holding cash.
objectives of inventory
of-
management. Too
Okay.
much inventory, too less inventory. What happens if you are in a stock out kind of position? That is motives, objectives.
So are we good with naming it this way, ma'am? Because when conceptually we were students, we were usually going through the syllabus much before it was taught in classes. And every time a student nowadays, he always reads what we find on the net and then we go to the books. So conceptually, would it be correct for us to name it as motives or should we?
Objectives of inventory management.
Thank you.
In a
Cash
unit.
management, you can make that objectives.
Yes, ma'am. Shall we proceed for the unit 5? Unit.
Ma'am, in this, there's one more point. New trends in financing working capital by banks. When you specifically point out that, what is that inclusions that are going to go in there, ma'am? New trends in financing working capital by banks. Yeah.
New trends in financing working capital by banks. I mean, we'll be telling about all the cash orientation point of view only, sir.
I would then add again probably from a practical perspective, because from a credit processing at the banks that they do, it could be a SME banking or a corporate banking, when they do their working capital assessment, the kind of Excel tools that they use there, probably they can be introduced here to showcase in real what is the backend tools that are used. Again, not as from a software perspective, but at least from an Excel perspective, the models that are used, that would help them in looking at it better. Both it could be from a retail banking perspective as well as from a corporate banking perspective.
That is what it was running.
That's not there in a textbook. Vidyadhar Reddy sir, textbook lo leni the syllabus lo pettochu. New trends.
You want to hand out us?
Yeah, you have to do something.
Whatever that is
What
not
in
available
a
with
textbook, you cannot
that
do.
you must provide some kind of handout or any material
As a value
related
addition,
to
you
the
can
form
do
of either
whatever
publication
you cannot do it in the syllabus.
or any other thing, a printout.
You can remove that new trends.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can interview the guest lecture on this, something
That you
come
can
and tell
do.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Instead of keeping it the syllabus.
Definitely, ma'am. And
So regarding this working capital, as you said, it is very important for any business like service or manufacturing. Also for the student, if you want to go for an entrepreneurship, you want to set up the business. So they need to give this project report. Working capital also they will ask. Can we shift this particular topic, because we can have more focus on that particular topic, working capital, to first semester in the place of funds flow analysis? Because the title what we have given is accounting for business.
Sir, I think in the first semester we are looking at both non-commerce and commerce.
Yes.
So the basics should be more stronger. If you add a subject which is very practical, they might say, what am I doing here?
Like sir, if we take continuation, third unit is a financial statement analysis.
Mhm.
It comes under management accounting.
Yes.
And even ratio analysis.
True.
Like when we see the graduation course, every course, After completing ratio analysis, they will go with working capital. Yes. Yes, it actually continues like that. Yes. So can you shift? So you want to add working capital to that chapter first semester.
You can do that provided you shift your accounting to second semester.
Yes, exactly.
Because this working capital is futuristic. Accounting is historic. So it will be conflict.
No estimation of working
Estimation.
capital.
To that level we can do.
Or maybe make it a introduction there, but still continue as a detailed subject here. Because we go hand in hand.
Contains that. Fund flow has
Funds
that.
flow contains.
Yeah.
Changes of working capital.
The estimation of working capital fits there perfectly.
Done, ma'am.
Ma'am, again, just a point to add to ma'am's guest lecture. It's really important because when you're talking from the bank's perspective or whatever Krishna sir said, the practical approach we don't understand. I'll just give you a small story. I was doing this audit of SBI Bank in one of the places here. I had to go through the locker deposit receipts. The people who are handling there themselves don't know how does it go. We are given a handout to go through it. So I was just asking, do you follow this, do you follow this, do you follow this? The lady there was like, sir, you write a bank exam, you become a banker. So I'm trying to let you know the practicality of it. If you don't get an industry or guest lecture to talk about it, whatever you say, it will look as if you're telling a story. But if they come and give you the small hints, I think it really works.
Definitely, sir, definitely.
Sir suggested the handout will work out for you to include it in the subject. Then you'll have a guest lecturer who can really give the topic a crisp without making it a dead subject.
Perfect.
Here, one more thing, sir.
Okay.
We have recently introduced that 20% of the syllabus to be taught by industry people. And here, this point, as you suggested, like this, if you tell us where industry people can come and teach, we will be more happy.
Yes. Definitely.
We have already started that.
On this working capital thing, Sundar sir, particularly from a banking perspective, assessment of working capital is completely ignored. Both from a retail perspective as well from a corporate perspective, in textbooks, in the curriculum, it's not covered at all. I found it difficult when I joined Andhra Bank to understand the systems and work, but extremely difficult. So if you can already include it as a part of it, that will help. And from that perspective of what Jayakar sir was mentioning from an accounts processing perspective, the processes that I mentioned, the P2P, the O2C and the R2R can be included by way of guest lectures, definitely it will help.
So I would prefer that you suggest wherever industry people can come and teach us that topics we will specifically focus. Yes, thank you, sir.
Now in the unit 5, we have mergers, acquisitions, takeovers, and the other part, the last part, we have corporate value-based management. So any suggestions?
Maybe here also some case studies with respect to mergers and acquisitions.
Yes, ma'am.
More ones which couldn't happen, because all the success stories tell you how easy it was to get it done, but the failures teach you what has not went wrong. So the case study should have a mix of both.
This last unit is very loaded.
How many classes
Like
do we
you
have?
were suggesting, you can remove corporate governance.
50, sir, but it goes on to 63, 64. But according to classes.
We can
Remove
reduce
corporate governance.
Because
You can tell the concept and lead it to that level.
An overview sort of.
Overview sort of, because that is required again for financial management. Not in depth, as ma'am said, it is too huge and complicated because you have to talk about regulatory framework. You should further talk about what is relevant to the industry as well as many other kind of things. And when you talk about this, you have to explain the principles. Then it will be further more detailed. Or you can have a guest lecture on that, something from industry, so that it will be crisp and the number of classes will reduce. An overview of it.
So now We have investment analysis and portfolio management, ma'am. This is an elective paper. Exclusively the finance students will be studying.
One
Sir.
small thing, I haven't heard everything.
Sir.
I'm not going into the details of this particular curriculum or any other thing. Very few things. Because I have been observing very good suggestions made by Professor J. Karen, Professor Lakshmi and Krishna, everybody. I don't belong to this particular subject, but however, little bit. What I wanted to tell you is, as you rightly said, our students nowadays, they don't understand the concept. They repeat the concept like a parrot. Parrot says Rama, 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 but he does not know what is Rama. Same is the case with the student. So, if it is made a routinization every day to make them to understand what is payback, if it is used regularly in our day-to-day jargon, perhaps they would understand what is payback or such concepts. So, since they are not being used by as a students or anybody in the market, it's a concept, no? Okay, Magam. They don't apply the brain. They only know liking and forwarding. WhatsApp, they don't know other things. So that's the reason why today's generation is like a parrot. So we should make them to understand. That's the first thing. Second thing, since it's autonomous and a very good process is being taken place, I'm really shocked. Because this kind of process is required for bodies like NBA and NAP. Most of the institutions are losing their accreditation processes because of this process is not available, including the top. Yesterday only I conducted a mock for one of the top institutions in Hyderabad where this process is missing. I have to tell them. So therefore, this is a process you have to put it on paper and everything what had taken place, our discussions have been taken. And Father rightly said, you are giving a full freedom to the industry and outsider experts to segregate what is the topic to be dealt by people from coming from industry, people coming from others. I should not decide. The stakeholders, they must decide which has got the relevance. So that is the one important thing. Second thing is, since it is autonomous, I think it should be different 20% from our university. So what you do is, how you are different from university? People ask you. Asking is very easy, no? When I am other side, I ask. When I am this side, I don't ask you. Okay? So other side generally we ask. What is it, what is the autonomy you are using? What is the 20% must be reflected? Is it not? So because all the 150 colleges are using the same kind of thing, is it not? So how you are different? You prepare a session plan for 54 sessions or 60 sessions. Each session you write down what is the topic you are covering, and you will be knowing the depth of the topic to be covered in that particular 1.5 hour session or 1 hour session. So that it will be very clear to the students, clear to the teacher. Because we have been teaching, but we sometimes may not be knowing the time to be spent on that topic. Is it not? That's the first thing. Second thing, okay, whatever the people have designed. Now you can edit and moderate the syllabi to an extent of 20%. The technical thing is, it should be good. Typographical mistakes should not be there. Editing should be there. For example, sometimes you look at the capital structure, use the small letters. Is it? So it is not, it should not be. Sometimes, okay, like this. And the first book is not you, I'm not finding out. Financial Management Principles and Practice, third edition 2018 HPH. What is it? Who has written it? Who has written this book? I wish to know. Who is the author of this book? Okay? That should be reflected. No? Tomorrow this paper goes to the outside world. So sometimes you have written the author first and title later. Sometimes title first and author later. There is no uniformity. These are the things to be seen, is it not? And HPH, Himalaya publication. Okay, I know it. So you please, what is the major text to be adopted by a student to know the syllabi? It should be specified. Most of the syllabus, 70 or 80% from which book you are covering. While giving the session plan also, but a topic, pedagogy, and also the reference. Textbook chapter 1 and handout given by the teacher. Caselet given by you to be discussed in that session, whatever it is. So like a session plan you prepare for 54 or 55 periods, whatever that you take as per our regulations. So this is what important. This kind of editing and presentation is required for the entire country. Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, to continue, sorry sir, I'll take a couple of minutes more to continue with sir's point. One way of what I've noticed or what I came with from industry perspective, sir has said that very relevant that students are not up to date with what's happening today. They don't even have the idea of what business news is happening, right? So one way where the august presence of all the faculty here can help is that each of every day, for that matter, they can be instilled in terms of research and report writing on a very small topic. It could be just on an industry, just on a specific company, just on the key headlines of that day that has happened or the market dynamics, but something relevant to the topics that are being covered has covered in the newspapers will help them to be more contemporary in their approach.
Yeah, just a point, sir. Recently, from last 10 days, we have started Indian Economic Times newspaper for all the students in the classes. We put them in the classes. They refer, and then I also requested faculty to use the newspaper to link it to their books knowledge to the.
Great, sir. Great, great. So maybe can you make it more relevant from an assessment weightage perspective? Make it more sure that they are reading that newspaper, what they are spending on?
So now we have investment analysis and portfolio management. It's an elective paper exclusively for the finance students, and the first two are general papers for the entire class, but this is only for the specialized students. In the unit 1, unit 2, unit 1 is very
Factors.
third line, factors affecting the investment. Affecting the investment decision. Then we'll be dealing with ma'am.
First unit is number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
If you may add from an industry perspective, what is the end result of this subject itself, investment analysis and portfolio management?
It is we are making the students acquaint with the investment patterns available, and when from the investor perspective.
So I'm looking at it from this perspective that if the student does an MBA finance from here, he gets into a job which leads to portfolio analysis and investment management, right?
Yes.
Also, right? So in that both the cases, ma'am, either they are working in the specific trading and research industry relating to this, or if they are doing their own personal trading, whichever way it is. The practical approach is very important in this, ma'am. Because we are talking about technical analysis, let's say the last point in the first unit, technical analysis. We're going to give them more of a theoretical nature, but how does it work is extremely important for you to teach them. So how much of time you spend on practical topics for this is relevant from the industry perspective. Because theory is one, market is dynamic, investments are dynamic, they change overnight. So their ability to judge that changes quickly helps them to understand it. So maybe my suggestion for this would be maybe you can create a mock portfolio when you start this topic from the, let's say third semester you're starting this topic, whenever you're starting. You can probably create a mock portfolio for them and start understanding that day in and day out till you complete this semester, so that they know exactly how things are changing, and that needs to be done by the faculty because it needs to be monitored. It's not just to be left to the student.
Adding the point to mock portfolio, we have a platform given by ICICI Securities. So they will be doing this simulation game. So they will give a virtual cash of 10 lakhs to each student. ID will be given. Then a student will be investing in some equities and portfolio.
In that case, maybe the monitoring mechanism should be very critical,
Yes.
sir, because it's not their money, so they are
Yes, correct.
they don't have the tendency to track it so much. Because jata hai jaane do. But practically, because if it is their own money, they will have to burn their things. So
Correct.
it's important. But good, that's a good initiative.
I think Titus can add point.
Most of us
We had this
are
session with
doing
them.
project in this area. They are doing fundamental analysis and technical analysis, company analysis. Most of the finance students, that is also we are giving that way also think of the practical aspect.
Just bring to everyone's notice. As I was saying, the ICICI platform that they are offering is very much helpful. It was helpful to me as a student, and it got me interested in a lot about learning more about stocks and investments and portfolio analysis. My only suggestions on this would be maybe it should, it is for how long? For now, as far as I know, I think it goes on for a week, that is 5 working days. 15 days it is, when I was here it was for 5 days. I think it needs to be at least for a 45-day term period to exactly.
That is not constrained. It could be there for the entire semester.
Yeah, that could also be there, sir. Because it is very interesting and people get more interested in it. Like my friends, they used to sit next to me and they used to watch me do it. And they got interested in that and they wanted to start it after 3 days after I started using the same platform. So probably they had just 2 days left to add on to that. Maybe if I had more time on that, maybe I could have let them invested more on that.
To add to that point, there's a lot of cyclical changes that happen. So over a period of time only they will understand. You could catch the market when it is going up for a week or 15 days, but when the downturn happens, you probably will not help. So maybe the entire semester might help.
I formed a club on campus, and few students, I didn't force anybody, whoever is interested, I encouraged them to join, and I taught them technical analysis, and we were assessing the market all the time, and studying impact of events on market prices, and we also were doing some book reviews. So because I have a reading habit, I used to summarize and tell them the gist of the book as a story. So this is what we did for 2 semesters. I tried it, and it definitely helped. It helped because they have an assurance that even if the job doesn't give them enough money, they have something to learn.
Shall we proceed to Unit 2, ma'am? Fixed income securities analysis, valuation and management. Here we will be exclusively dealing with the bond valuation.
Excuse me, ma'am. Just a point in this unit 1, if we go back to, I also wanted to talk about that.
Please.
There's a point, there's one of the topics here, tax and inflation.
Yes, they are the factors.
I was always thinking of coming from the tax background. I've been in the tax background for the past 2.5 years to say. And there is massive growth in the tax field. And namely, in the Indian income tax field also there are a lot of changes. Now I just wanted to understand, are we just in general covering this tax, or could we make it a little more in-depth study of what we are doing, because there are a lot of changes happening in tax.
Distribution tax.
Yes.
Capital gains tax.
Yes, ma'am.
Only those will be covered. What else? When
Yeah.
it comes to investments, those are the 2 things.
Under the topic that those are only 2 things that generally get covered. It could be SGST or CGST, short term or the long term.
Yes.
And your dividend tax.
Correct. And as far as concerned, also there is something called, there is international global compliance happening now. There was a law passed in 2016, and that is called the Common Reporting Standards, which is about to be actually spread throughout the world. There are already 127 signatories to those, and that is exactly what I am working on. This helps in stopping terrorist funding and maybe catching people who are stacking their money abroad. And I think this would also be one of the interesting topics, because the big four, when we look at from the industry perspective, they are covering this a lot, and there is massive growth in the tax scheme.
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me.
We are not tax.
Shall we?
See, let us be little brief when you are explaining to the point. Yeah, we are just running short of time.
This tax and all we have in fourth semester international finance. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, we have.
And in the third unit, ma'am, we have the common stock, approaches to valuation, balance sheet model, and the different models are there. Security market
Second unit, considerations in managing a bond portfolio, term structure, risk structure of interest rates. You have that in books, or you can remove it. You just check out that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then now you can go on to the third unit. That is fine.
Unit 3, ma'am, Sridevi, ma'am. Jacob, sir.
ICICI one, I can explain it directly.
And unit 4, we have portfolio theory, ma'am. Here, wherein we'll be doing the portfolio risk and return problems, Markowitz model, CAPM, and APT, including the problematic and the comparison.
I think here you can have some guest lecture from the stock market.
Already, actually, ma'am, we have from tie-up from National Stock Exchange, ma'am. So the practical component in this particular paper and the international finance paper. So we have an MOU with the National Stock Exchange. So the practical component is covered there.
Ma'am, maybe your alumni also can help in this. Like people who have joined at the basic level, what they are going through at the topic. Because the guest lectures definitely talk about what is the real reality, but your students might let you know what's happening exactly at the ground level.
Definitely, sir. Krishna, sir, shall I proceed? And unit, fifth unit, we have portfolio evaluation. We have Jensen's method, Pharma's decomposition. We have Sharpe's method. So all the two models are covered, and then we have mutual fund. And in the mutual fund, only up to the NAV calculations we are going, and the rest of the thing is the prospects and the problems, the theoretical component. Fine, ma'am. And in the next paper we have.
Portfolio management there. This subject is investment analysis, and portfolio management is missing. In this last unit, you can add passive strategies, active strategies.
Passive strategies, ma'am, it is included in unit 2, ma'am. Shall we bring down here to the 5th unit, ma'am? Last line.
That has to be brought down.
Yes, ma'am.
Not bond immunization. Active and passive, this is not bond, it is portfolio management strategies. You have to
Yes,
put
ma'am.
it down here. Bond immunization remains there.
Yes, ma'am.
Active and passive portfolio management strategies has to be brought down.
Down, yes, ma'am.
And then portfolio performance measures will come after that.
Yes, ma'am. Now the second paper, a second elective, ma'am, in the third semester. Sir.
You are teaching the subject for 3 hours per week.
4 hours.
We did 3 hours per week. Therefore, I am asking. I will not have asked. Credits 4 hours per week is 3. Am I correct? Whether it is 3 or 4?
4.
Then it is mistaken. Therefore, I was having a doubt how it does it become 4 credits when it is taught for 3 hours. That is okay. Second thing, again, the entire thing is rewritten, suggested readings and
Next paper is the second elective. We have financial systems and services. And ma'am, this is the theory paper wherein we are giving the orientation about the Indian financial market to acquaint the students. So the unit 1 we have financial system and services. Fine, ma'am.
This lease is another outdated. Maybe you can remove the lease documentation and contract, tax and accounting.
Yes, ma'am.
can we remove?
Actually, ma'am, from an industry job perspective, there's not much jobs available in this space, ma'am. So you may actually consider completely removing this topic itself and introducing something which is more relevant to services industry in terms of investment banking operations. Investment banking operations and trade life cycle. That's where companies like JPM, State Street, companies like Deloitte, companies like Broadridge, these companies require a lot of manpower in that space of investment banking operations. Maybe you can replace this topic, complete unit with that.
My question was, how was it selected as electric? Why was it selected as electric? What was the base?
The base was like, sir, as a finance student, so the Indian financial market, they have to acquaint with that. And in the fourth semester, we have international finance, wherein we will be studying from the international perspective. So one paper from the domestic perspective and the other one is from the international perspective. So that was the base. So before we go international, study about international market.
Banking and insurance. We've removed this one from the regular MBA and we are offering banking and insurance. Of course, FM has financial markets and services. In the first semester itself, we are offering. And as an elective, we are offering banking and insurance.
Banking and insurance, that was one idea, ma'am, when we were drafting the syllabus, but the dry component which was there, so that was making us averse towards that. So,
But a lot of jobs are there in that space.
so we have to talk.
Discounting, forfeiting, this is also.
And this paper is not there in our OU.
Financial markets and services we are offering in the first semester as a generic elective.
No, this paper is totally independent of our OU syllabus.
You
Entire syllabus.
only sixth semester evening is having this. And we are offering banking and insurance because a lot of banks and insurance companies are coming to placements. That is why.
In that case, if you have got the total freedom to choose any paper of your choice in total, it is better to go to the best B schools in the world and see what are the elective papers that are being offered in finance area, what are our capabilities, what is that we can offer, how it is being useful to our students. That is better perhaps.
But when that looking at an international MBA and adding that may not really add value to the students locally, sir, because the job market is slightly different from them.
That's the reason I am asking you to go through B schools like IMA or any other B or Harvard, SAT or MIT. That is how I have designed the technology management. Not that anything is in my mind. Literally I have taken surveyed and audited and then selected. We will look into it.
Actually, this subject is also relevant. It is required. I mean, if they don't understand Indian financial system, how can they understand the basic finance? Maybe unit 2 and 3 you can introduce banking and insurance. Remove these two. Second unit you can say banking system in India. In that you can add all the bank relevant things.
I would suggest to go with investment banking operations, ma'am.
Yes.
There's a large
One
piece of
unit,
job available.
one unit on investment banking,
Huge job.
one unit on entrepreneurial finance,
Yes, ma'am.
2 units on services, and 1 unit on the entire financial system.
Because broadly we are looking at financial systems and services. right?
Unit 1 you can keep it as it is.
Yes.
The remaining you can.
I come from the training side of it, ma'am, so I know the kind of jobs that are available in the market.
Definitely, we will take your suggestions, sir, definitely, and Mr. Great.
Because removing this subject, I don't think it is as of now
Let it
important.
be there,
Let
no
it be
problem.
there. But change the
Please
structure.
structure.
Yes, sir.
As you mentioned, the base is important to understand the Indian market, but the Indian market is changing with the world market. So we blend it to make it more interesting.
And the unit 4, we have venture capital financing and credit rating. Maybe anything, ma'am, or donations, or shall we go with the present,
So when you add a unit on entrepreneurial finance, venture capital will come there, equity will come there, IPOs, government schemes, all those you can put in that unit.
Correct. Finance. Correct. Yes. That will be more effective. Because credit rating and all, remembering those things are not required or relevant to the situation.
She can add it in something else.
Yes.
Yes. She put on service.
There can be.
and fourth unit, fifth unit, ma'am, securitization of debt.
So, ma'am, can I ask one doubt, ma'am? We are saying entrepreneurial finance. Will it collide with what we have in ED also? We teach that at length then.
No, this
Will
we
it?
are teaching only finance perspective.
Okay.
How to raise capital, how to utilize it. So only complete finance perspective.
Sources, funds.
sources.
We have to see,
Check the
ma'am. Yes,
overlap.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Reduce the overlap.
Ma'am, unit fifth, securitization of debt, ma'am. So, actually,
Outdated
it's only,
But
ma'am,
actually that was being suggested by what you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Now,
that is a
I was
key area.
coming to that. How many of us really teach this properly to them?
no, they're not aware because they themselves are.
I'm sorry to ask you because our faculty itself doesn't know this topic. Because it's a very new topic. It's as early as 1990.
But how many companies are going for this? It's only power generation companies, those that have regular.
Ma'am, as of today in India, there are 5 companies. Bank of America, Cognizant, Arcadia, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. So these are all into this CDO market. Why? Because of the subprime crisis which happened in 2008. So due to that, the cost over there is becoming more. So they're just shifting to India. But we definitely don't know how many of the industry people really teach this.
Sir, actually, this unit was suggested that Barkeli will come and teach. We tried, but Srinivas tried to get that. So, but we could not get the person and
I have.
I'm Dr. Martina. I worked earlier with the business school where I handled a subject called Project Appraisal and Financing, where we had to teach the students to prepare right from the beginning till the end a project report. Okay, how to start with a small idea and then the expenditure related to it, prepare the trial balance and balance sheet, and finally they would come up with a fine-tuned project report. So when Madam said it is entrepreneurial finance, would it be like this?
No.
No.
In this subject,
Yes.
entrepreneurial finance would cover sources of finance.
Only
not
sources.
an entrepreneur, that's it. Not preparation of a
Preparation.
business plan or anything.
Can we have this kind of exercise in one of the finance papers?
In paper we have had a project evaluation.
Are they coming out with that?
We do that.
Sure. Yeah. That's one.
Suggestion wise, I would say have this topic, have the industry people talk about it. Because there are jobs in this. It's not that it's a dry area, but how will you use them is a big area. Because this area touches into investment banking. It goes in depth in investment banking. How do you do portfolio analysis? How do you put up a pool of assets? How do you make them bonds? How do you create securities? So there is a world there, but how do you want to integrate with other subjects is also there. Because you're doing a lot of subjects in many places. With securitization of debt, you might say you want to make it a topic like that, or you want to say it's a international finance subject. Maybe if you want to push it in internal finance subject, maybe you can put it there and make a session of 1 or 2. Because it's not in depth or something.
It is not that. Ma'am, Musula ma'am, can we replace this particular unit with the one maybe which is catching the market?
And if you want to make it Indianized, it can still be removed from here, and some Indian topic can be called into this. Because this can go into international finance.
As far as factoring, bill discounting and forfeiting is concerned, if we are keeping that topic, then probably you can have trades as one of the key elements now. Because that's the upcoming phase where again a lot of activity will go on bill discounting. All the SMEs are going to be integrated into trades activities. So trades is a platform for trading of bill discounting. Maybe you can include that as a part of it.
So financial risk management, in the unit 1 we have introduction to the risk, the different types of risk associated with and the factors influencing the risk parameter, the internal and the external one. So only the theory part we are focusing here. Shall we proceed to the unit 2, ma'am? And here in the second unit we have VAR and CAR, ma'am, and small problems related to VAR and CAR, and asset. The last part we have asset liability management. Is it okay, ma'am?
I think
Sir.
Excel has to be included. Excel should be used because half of them are being used by those. You have tools to get this done. Maybe you can teach them, but how do you actually use them is what you want to let them.
Yes, sir. And in the unit 3 we have derivatives, sir.
How many hours do you teach this, ma'am? Unit 3?
Unit 3 almost it takes 10 to 12. Yes, ma'am. And unit 4 we have techniques and tools of risk management exclusively related to the swaps, ma'am.
You can remove the payoff profile of forward contract, valuation of forward contracts, you can remove those.
Ma'am.
Payoff profile, right? I didn't
Yes,
see it
ma'am.
in any book.
Fourth line.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not there. Payoff profile. Valuation also, I don't think it's there.
Valuation of forward contracts.
Futures is there, but forward contracts, it's over the counter. No valuation.
An estimation.
There's no valuation. There's no valuation.
It's only exam.
It's only between two parties, right?
Usage wise also.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. And in the future contracts, we have the theoretical part and differences between forwards and futures contracts.
You can add maybe one more unit, ma'am, if you put on, since we are talking about risk management.
Sir.
Anti-money laundering and know your customer.
Anti-money.
AML, KYC. One of the key, again, from a job perspective, I'm looking at it, it's a hot cake from that. And more than that, it integrates with your risk management very easily. So AML, KYC could be something that you can think of to add into your.
Definitely, sir, definitely. And in the unit, fifth unit, we have techniques and tools of risk management exclusively. We will be doing with the options and options valuation model.
I think
Ma'am.
swaps you can reduce little more, then move to fifth unit and move this techniques and tools to fourth unit, which is straight away after futures. Is it possible? Like your third unit we have derivatives.
Yes, ma'am.
Futures we are ending with, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we should start with the options.
Yeah, unit 5 should go to unit 4.
That's
Oh.
logical sequence, so that you know it will be continuity. And unit 5 is totally loaded. If you keep it for the end also, it will be very difficult to complete.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have binomial option pricing, you have Black-Scholes.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can add one more element, ma'am, which is something that will require, let's say, from an equity research and trading companies that look for jobs opportunities is options trading strategies.
Somebody who is very well versed with market can teach this subject well.
I'm sure they can find that in that number that they should include the topic. So
Yes,
options
ma'am.
trading
Traders,
strategies that should be included in this, ma'am, which is very
Yeah,
relevant.
option trading strategies.
Yes, ma'am. Option trading strategies, and this has to go to unit 4 and unit 4 has to come to 5. Definitely, sir. And we have the last paper, that is international finance, sir. So, the unit 1, it's an introductory to the international evaluation of monetary system, the exchange rate, all those things. Sterilized and unsterilized intervention.
Boundary conditions, Fisher effect is missing. There's a Fisher effect and is there international Fisher, yes, both are missing. Yeah, you have Brad Fisher effect. Actually purchasing power parity doesn't hold good anymore in
Just a small suggestion to make on the international finance side. If we could also add the actual meaning of how to differentiate between a financial institution and non-financial institution, because people who now are appearing for an interview seem to have a lot of mix-up between these two. And I think as to what Sir was saying, AML KYC, and as we are talking about in the 5th unit, we are going towards tax also. There is also this concept of AML KYC, which is going to be integrated with tax. And from that perspective, it's also very essential to understand a financial institution, a non-financial institution, passive, non-financial entity. There are different concepts as such. I think adding a little of that at least would give them a larger context of why we are doing this.
What do you suggest should be added?
Just types of financial institutions.
Types, sir?
Types and
No, it has to be there in the book. So you have to check which book.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it has to be given. Not international material, it has to be.
From the book. Maybe we'll do a more comprehensive check of that and let them know.
What you say is about non-banking financial policy.
Financial and non-banking. Conceptually mix up both usually. There is a lot of difference.
Maybe that should come in financial system.
Systems, Indian financial system and your
Financial system.
there you can.
Semester 3.
Because
Because international will not go with the international banking.
Financial institutions.
One of the elements that I've seen is missing out completely is in terms of your financial planning, ma'am.
Yeah, that's not.
Financial planning in financial systems,
Not there anywhere.
third.
Not there anywhere.
That should be the third term.
Third,
Not at
investment management, yes. But in terms of financial planning, there's a lot of opportunities out there. How do you plan the finances for people, advisory services for that, and so on. But that's
So in the financial systems and services, can we include as in any one of the unit, the financial planning and all? Yes.
In which case the subject writing will change.
maybe a small topic or a guest lecture into as a
I think it should be investment management topic.
Oh, that's very loaded.
that is completely
I have one suggestion in the last
Yes,
unit.
Mr. Chira, please.
Yeah. So here we are talking more on the income tax and withholding tax and all that when it comes to international finance. So there is something called taxation treaties between the countries. There are some. I don't see anything that is mentioned, especially in the 5th unit. So that's where we can add that in case if it is included somewhere else, we can bring it that to this unit because it will make more sense. So the service line that I work for, we look at more here in terms of treaties between countries and how the companies are approaching towards it. So when they plan their workforce that they have to mobilize across the country, these tax treaties will come into picture in terms of compensation, in terms
We
of.
had it earlier and it was removed.
those things can be added here. It is
Definitely. Over. Observations.
Only thing is, this is from the point of view of your future agricultural instead of asking everybody to rewrite and all these things, better you create a, what do you call, a template, syllabus template for everything, and pass it down to everybody, so they fill it up and give it, so that you will have a uniform.
Yes, sir.
And as rightly said, it is most important to adopt the Excel wherever it is necessary in all the subjects. Let it be really all the groups like marketing, finance, and together decide which are the topics to be taught with the help of Excel. Identify and start teaching. And in your session plan, when you mention all these things, it gives you a very good picture of how much is to be taught, what is to be taught. As rightly said, you have not mentioned anything about what is financial, non-financial. In the session plan, it will be clear whether it is mentioned in the curriculum or not. What is that you are going to teach in that particular session, it is reflect. So that will be taken. So therefore, prepare a session. And I request all of you, because lot many videos are available, excellent, best videos are available on each and everything. And once you start citing the videos to the students as part of your session plan and curriculum design, okay, next time it becomes a routine thing, and your students also really absorb. And tomorrow your pains will be reduced, because instead of teaching and lecturing, you will only show the video picture and keep going. Seeing is more effective than the hearing.
In fact, Google Sheets has almost all the features that Excel provides. Google Sheets are much more better for data transfer and data sharing with students. That could be one of the areas where you can look at it. It's not as comprehensive as Excel in some of the features like worksheet and other things, but it's significantly good in terms of the daily tracking and activities. And that can be a common platform for all. So there is no requirement of match, share karna bol gaya hai and stuff like that. Available across.
So videos will really affect you in really capturing the audience response. They enjoy.
So as far as yes, perfect. Now I have a suggestion, sir. Yes, sir. One of the ways of engaging a finance student to start working out is by way of tracking the markets. First thing is to track the market, because markets give a wider perspective of things. One, it facilitates somebody who is actively wanting to be into trading fine. Second, it also gives insights of what they need to start looking at. So how this could be engaged in case there is a possibility for this college to start looking at this. Have more like a college radio or a college YouTube platform where every day one student can be designated to just key highlights of the day. 3 top stocks in the cash segment that got traded, 3 stocks in the futures that got traded, options that got traded, so you cover your investment banking topics that are there. Then you just talk about the key 3 reasons why those stocks moved up or the market moved up. Just this much. So that means effectively I'm talking about a video or an audio less than 5 minutes to engage the audience, whoever is going to listen to it. At the same time, for preparation and understanding, it really helps. And this should be a day in and day out work. So you create a school of finance students, make each person responsible for one day of the week, 5 days. 5 students repeat the cycle. They can make it active thing now. It could be within your college campuses for your audio purposes, public address system, or it could be for the outside world by way of videos on YouTube. It will really help scale up the visibility of St. Joseph. At the same time, make students understand the practicalities of what's happening.
Now, 2 suggestions in general. The emphasis on English has become very important. Why am students come from different backgrounds. There are some students who studied at 10th in the Telugu medium or Hindi medium, and then they come to English. For them, it's still a challenge to come out and be in the corporate world. So maybe English has to be driven at such a pace that, as sir said, it should be consistent. Maybe do it again and again, again and again, again and again. Because I heard people get confused with simple words. So there's a topic called rent roll, which is more to do with what is the rents you earn. It directly links to your income. The girl from that native language said payroll. She is still saying the right word, but that's in the expense part of it. So until unless we don't keep telling them the regular things again and again or make them understand what it is, English is a must nowadays. I'm sorry to say, but it is going that way. And the second suggestion is general grooming of the students, because I've seen it in across places. They still feel the corporate world is a college. They get the best of the benefits, but they still feel it's a college. I've seen students come across, they call each other as if they're calling in the college. I don't even understand how do they get to that. So what I'm trying to say is the general grooming part comes there. And maybe as you know them more, you spend time with them regularly, your small 2-minute suggestions or 2-minute talks will help them. Why we are saying this is, the grooming part is missing a lot. How do you be in a team? How do you talk? Where should you talk? What should you talk? Because I asked some people, talk me through your resume. You tell me everything what is there in the resume. I have the resume already. My name is this, my father's name is this, he did this, I studied MBA, I studied 10th class.
You're missing out one thing, myself.
Myself. So my suggestions are like, we are talking about these things, but we are generally not grooming them in the right direction. So maybe I hear so many things happening at Reserve that we are spending this time in grooming them, but the effect is not coming. And it definitely happens with people who do not have connect with the language. So there's a divide which is like, we have students who come from convent schools and we have students from other places. Convent schools automatically talk some good English because that atmosphere is like that. But that still is not up to the international standards. So we should be grooming them regularly. I don't know how do we do it, but when it comes to corporates, most of them tell them talk in English. And then they feel a barrier. Why should I talk in English? Why is my mother tongue not effective? We are not saying it is not that. It is a communication thing. So you have to build on your communication. How do you want to talk? Because nowadays there's a lot of emails, there's a lot of telephonic conversation which happens, and your fillers, your gaps, your way of not writing the right words, even the spell check doesn't check you everything. Yes. From and for, it doesn't change much. So these are the simple things which we want to tell them regularly. That's our suggestion because we've seen that in industry.
This is most frequently seen with every student, not yes, but if you really make them change, St. Joseph alone will be different in the market.
I think back to Sir's point and later Sir's point, really, if it permits your curriculum to be designed in such a way that you give 1 hour every day, one class every day on soft skills, on in terms of presentations like this, speech back like this, general, it need not be subject specific. It will really help them in the long run. Ultimately, the culmination of all learnings has to be in terms of how they present it. And that doesn't happen, no matter how much knowledgeable they are, it's not going to be useful for them. That's something that can be consistently done as a routine, as a part of it, rather than as a CRT over a period of 1 month or 2 months.
On a daily basis, it will be too loaded for them.
The objective is
It
good,
should be,
but
whether
then
it is
from
loaded. You have seen students from IIMs, right? What's the difference between them and students who are non-IIMs because of the rigor that they go through during the program?
There they take up already industry experience people they come to learn.
Correct.
So it's not the freshers.
So the fact that rigor has to be instilled even here. If the rigor is not there, then
Here,
it's lost.
everywhere it's a teacher taught program, spoon fed.
One more point to add, projects. I really understand what projects are, but when we were doing projects, we were really doing projects. We were running around.
No longer like that.
We were running around SBI banks, Andhra banks, getting that sir, this sir, get me into the bank, talk to the clerk. We really understood what it is.
Sir, we did not have technology back then. We had to do it. Now technology is there, it does it for us.
Yeah, today it is just cut copy paste. And when you ask them something about it, sir, Viva question was not this. Viva question was not this. I am not even asking about what was it. What did you do in the project? Sheikh Khan Market didn't allow us to do. Finish. That's the end of the project. So why did you pick up this project? College asked. So they're just ticking the box and not learning.
I think here you can coordinate. You have a development, what is the placement development side. When you have industry contact, directly get the group project, or it can be internship turned into a placement. So something like that you can start off with. Then it will be all projects. I think slowly you can develop. So that is the best solution for this kind of
You can also come out with a list of topics, based on your own interest in research 1 year before, and give them topics and make them do work. From a teacher program, 60% you teach,
Our
40%
generation, we used to
make
go
them.
around the teachers and beg around and all the organizations, everybody overcomes. Today's generation is teacher has to go around the students. The students, so that is the difference.
That generation was not hard work.
Yes,
Smart work. They're not even doing smart work.
Just a small thing to add to that, when we are talking about internships and projects, incidentally we see that projects are supposed to be coordinating with the project that they are doing, the internships, and the projects should go together. For me, it was different when I was thinking about it, because we are specializing dually, and what I looked at it from another perspective. I did my internship at one place and I did a project there as well, and I also did a project in another subject of my specialization. Maybe that is how we should also be pushing them to have something to show, not just on the resume, but also when they are speaking to people. So maybe this, putting forward this to them would also be good.
Now, definitely, sir, all your valuable suggestions will be taken, and we will be incorporating for the next academic session, 2021. And now I request our beloved principal to felicitate our guest, Mr. Jacob, sir. Mr. Jacob, sir. Mr. Krishna, sir. I request Father to felicitate Sudha, ma'am. I request Father to felicitate Sridevi, ma'am. I request Father to felicitate our alumni, Mr. Cherak and Mr. Bretas. I thank from the Department of Business Management. I wholeheartedly thank our principal for arranging such a wonderful meeting. I thank Jaika sir. I extend my thanks to Krishna sir. I thank Sudha ma'am. I thank Sridevi ma'am for their valuable inputs. I thank our alumni, Mr. Chirek and Mr. Dentis, for their valuable suggestions during the finance session. Thank you.
I know, I understand. We don't allow them to go without signing.
Excuse me.
Attend them.
The social DEI model for 6 months training which is మేడం బాగా మేడం చెప్పమంటారు
Slowly building up.
Next session slide check.
Thank you so much. Can I have your card, ma'am? I'm not carrying any card as such. Thank you. I'll quickly take your number. Yeah. 810 59 55 116.
But I remember.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Radha sir, just leave sir, please.
All faculty members, please assemble. Can you call after us? morning, Chandra. Welcome to the second session of today's Industry Academy Meet 2020. It's marketing session. So I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. It's my honor and privilege to read the profile of Professor Vidyadhar Reddy, Senior Professor of the Department of Business Management. He's the marketing guru. And we welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. So I request Father to welcome Vidyadhar Reddy sir to welcome with fruits of work. It's an honor to read the profile of Dr. Sapna Singh. She is working as Associate Professor at School of Management Studies, Usmania University of Hyderabad. Welcome you, Madam. I request Father to welcome Madam with fruits of basket. It's my honor to read the profile of Sabyasachi Rath, Professor, Dean of Synergy Business School. Welcome you, sir. I request Father to present fruits of basket. Harshavardhan sir, he is the freelancer trainer and he is having a lot of experience in the marketing and research area. We welcome you, sir. I request Father to present the fruit basket. I also welcome our alumni, sorry, I forgot, Jagannathan sir. He is the senior manager of it as the manager at Kotak. I request the madam to present fruit basket. Thank you. So inside the file there is a marketing syllabus is there. So we will be discussing about the marketing syllabus, which includes 4 semesters. First semester we have the subject marketing management. The main objective of this particular program, we want to include some industry relevant topics which can be useful to the students to get placed into the different companies. So that is what our main objective or intention. So in this regard, I request all the dignitaries to give the suggestions. The first unit is marketing management, which is introduction to marketing management. So which is consist of task, philosophies, mix. So anything would you like to change? I request first paper marketing management. I request Professor Vidyadhar Reddy sir to give the first unit. Anything is
anything that can be added or deleted or
suggest.
Yes, any changes. Yeah. If you go by the marketing management program.
Yes, sir.
My take will be because we're dealing with it.
Thank you. Because basically we are dealing with a program which will lead to career and job for the students. I think we should be very clear with the outcome for which we are designing these routes. And if you look at the campus placement scenario across the institutions, the recruiters recruit mostly people for sales jobs, not for marketing. And that confusion should be clear in the syllabus itself, number one. Number two, when we're talking about the sales jobs, they should be learning the people skill and the negotiation skills, the comm skills, communication skills. So,
my suggestion will be instead of making it more knowledge oriented, make it more experience oriented. So there should be more component of the selling skills, how to generate leads, lead generation, identifying the right prospect, closing sales, and understanding the sales funnel basically, how the sales funnel works. That should be a very important unit which should be added to the marketing part of it. Reducing the knowledge component and increasing the field component and the experience component. That is one suggestion. And second is identifying the areas where, suppose the student does a marketing specialization, then what are the opening jobs positions basically. So, for example, somebody can get it now. If you look at the industry scenario, people are being recruited for business development positions. So, people should understand what is the difference between business development and marketing, right? That should be taken into consideration. The third point is the digital marketing side, of course, which is there in the other subject. But again, what's happening in digital marketing? Students are taught only what is Facebook, and if you ask them, people talk about only Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagrams. That's not enough for digital marketing. They should have a combination of creative skills and the technical skills. So both should be integrated in the digital marketing program. In the first part itself, there should be some intro to that because we are going digital. There is no doubt about it, and a lot of business happening online. So with these two, I will look for the other inputs. Thank you.
I request Sapna.
Sir, I have a small observation because marketing management is a general thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
All the guys, irrespective of whether they opt for marketing or not, would have it as a compulsory.
Yes, ma'am.
So we are not touching upon industrial marketing anywhere across.
Correct, correct.
Because many of them would be going B2B industry also.
Yes, ma'am.
So a little touch and go in industrial marketing also should make a significant impact.
Okay. Introduction to industrial marketing.
Yeah. One unit on industrial marketing.
Sure, ma'am.
The demand, how it is derived, how a B2B sales happens. One unit of industrial marketing should take care of that.
Yes. Second unit, there is a marketing segmentation. Anything is required? I request Harsha sir. Yes.
Again, before I answer your question, can I go back to the first page as well? Yes, again, speaking purely as an industry profession. See, I had an experience of hiring more than 200 plus management graduates. I hired from IIMs and I have hired from local colleges. I feel what Raj sir has said is spot on. I have three main observations, speaking as an industry professional. First, we all have marketing management, we all have these subjects in almost every university, almost every college I go to. So what makes the difference? From an industry person when I speak, I'm not looking at knowledge per se, I'm looking at skill sets. So for me, knowledge is, yes, definitely important. But what's more, which is actually knowledgeable for me, is a skill set. So that is something which I would want to promote. When I mean marketing, I have people coming after marketing specialization. So, but I would expect them, let's say, if I'm into research industry, research and consulting, I work with a lot of clients, industry clients, MNC clients. If I put a person with a client, can he or she interact with them? How does she even engage with them? That's a lot more importance to me before I keep an intern, which I take from a college in front of my client, let's say who is from KPMG. Even when I was leading Deloitte, that was the first things which we teach people who are coming from colleges. So we have something called a corporate welcome kit at IBM and Deloitte, which I had designed. So which is what we look at that. Second, we also look at courses like existing courses again of management.
we have sales management, and again, as Raj sir put it, 60% of your jobs in India are sales at this point of time from Tier 3 colleges. But if you want to be in the Tier 2 and Tier 1 colleges, 70% of their placements are marketing jobs, not sales oriented jobs. Now, a lot more people, when I interview them for a marketing role, all they know is sales or business development. But what about event planning? What about media planning? What about advertising? Okay. What about PR, public relations? So there are multiple jobs here where I want people who are plug and play resources. But probably if you can build something into the syllabus which addresses these, that will be wonderful. That is the first point.
We have the subject called marketing, communication and distribution management.
Sir, I know that because in marketing communications, I've seen people, hired people. Again, it's a very frank talk because it's a closed room here. I see people coming after marketing business communication. Can they write a letter to a client? Can they speak to a client? Can I put them in an analyst meeting like Gartner? I work with the consultancy services. So if I'm placing an intern or a person I have taken from college, I send him to a Gartner conference because I can't go there. Can he handle those executives? How does he even talk to them? An interaction. Having a subject again is different. Skill sets is more important than knowledge. So probably one way I could look at it is, again, I don't know about the curriculum, if can it be changed or modified or permitted. One thing which we could look at is specific courses, targeted courses, something like competitive intelligence, which I'm doing. So how do I do research? How do I do market intelligence, competitive intelligence, sales management, as Sir said? A lot of people don't even know what's a sales battle card for that matter. So how do you get these things? Or retail management. What do you do? What do you know about store planning, layout design, visual merchandising, or consumer wallet share? So these are concepts which retailers are looking at. So this is something which I would suggest for starters. But I'm open for discussion again.
Yes, nowadays everybody wants to participate in sales only.
Yes.
Nobody interested in marketing. What sir said. Actually, everybody wants sit and sell the product.
Yes.
Okay. Nowadays, selling the product is easy, but getting into the client in our company is very difficult. That nobody wants to join in marketing.
Yes.
Everybody wants in management students and is basic education, internet students also. Sales everybody will do.
Yes.
Nowadays.
Yes.
But marketing is a very difficult to handle the customer. What sir said, subject knowledge is up to the mark. After that, selling the product on based on customer needs.
Skill set is important.
That is the main, as per my experience.
Going back to again what Raj said and again what Raj said. There are institutes. I have been working on a project with Wharton. Recently, I have been to Wharton MBA. They have a course called Integrated Marketing Communications, which I believe is a very interesting course, which all the IIMs have. So this takes care of not only sales, but your PR, public relations, your event planning, your advertising. So it takes care of all these things. So is there a way which you can integrate something called IMC?
Yeah. Actually, no, that is there in marketing, communication, distribution management. One of the unit which is written by George Welch and Michael Welch. That's a wonderful book. Integrated marketing communication from the South Indian perspective. Some book is written. We included one of the unit in marketing, communication, and distribution management. It is there in the other specialization subject. Actually, this is the first semester, the introduction subject. So this is a general subject actually. All the specialization students will study this in the semester 1. So from that point of view, actually, I'm just asking. There is other subjects also there, specialization subject. Yes.
See the relevance,
Yes.
the depth,
Yes.
where you can club,
Yes.
where you can categorize. How are you going to offer those unique in which paper, which time.
Yes, sir.
For example, some of these things can be offered as a sales and distribution
Okay.
or salesman.
Yes, sir.
And advertising comes under that.
Yeah.
Because first of all, every student must know the basics, fundamentals of marketing.
Marketing.
Okay.
Yes.
After that, how you are going to categorize them, classify them, or integrate them into various types.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There should be an order. There should be order, relevance, isn't it? Even the titles also. Suddenly we shall not shift from fundamentals of marketing to digital marketing or whatever it is. So identify the core papers in the area of marketing, identify the core, importance of the different subjects
Sure,
as
sir.
identified by our experts,
Yes.
and look at them and how much importance is there, what is the relevance, what is the context, what is the depth you should cover of each and every topic. For example, sir rightly said, today's world is dealing with most of the retail, is it not?
Yes.
Retailing includes the sales, job and everything. So where do you keep the retailing? How many units it should be covered to give a comprehensive meaning to this topic?
Sure, sir.
And everywhere, wherever the skill sets are required, you must include the rigor. Okay, these things.
In the marketing management subject, we have the 5 units here. The first unit is marketing management, introduction. Second unit
If
is
there be any other word for marketing management, the title itself is the marketing.
marketing management,
And first unit you are calling it the marketing.
introduction to marketing.
Like that.
Yes. And segmentation is the second unit. Third unit, marketing program and life cycle. Fourth unit is channel intermediators. Fifth unit, consumer behavior, industrial markets and organization. What Madam said, here we gave a little bit introduction about industrial markets. Any change?
But that is too little.
Little, correct, correct.
Like the tip of the iceberg. So if you can just give them an overview of industrial marketing. That's
Sure.
fine.
Actually, this is the first semester. That's the reason.
Because if you look at marketing and the unit 3,
Yes, madam.
it is again overlapping with your product and brand management, the second unit.
Okay. Okay.
There's
Great.
a repetition which is not needed.
Sure. Yeah, product and marketing.
The second unit. So
Sure,
if
ma'am.
we can do away with this because we are doing it in the first semester,
Yeah.
we can add on other concepts here.
Sure. Mr. Sagar?
Exactly what sir was saying and what we were saying about the practical experience, what is required. I think the students, they have a right to know what they are getting into in the very first semester. They should know what is marketing exactly when they get into deep. So most probably the subject itself is marketing management. Then they should know, are they going to sales? Are they going to the core marketing? When they get into core marketing, what are the type of skills that they require? What are they are getting into sales, then what is the type of customer engagement and tactics, whatever is required in that. So that should be clear in the first semester itself, so that they'll choose marketing or they'll not choose, or they'll get into finance, whatever it is. But then they have to do that. That's what is I think
Can you suggest us any skill set required for these students apart from this regular curriculum?
Yes.
Whereas we can call some industry experts.
Definitely, I didn't want to get into that at this point of time, but yes, now that you have asked, sir, one thing which I look for, particularly when I hire from business school, is acumen, business acumen. So most neglected, they just think it's just a general skill, but without a business acumen, I can as well hire a BBA student. Why do I need to pay for an MBA student? See, look at it from an industry perspective. Why will I need an MBA student? What is it that he or she is offering me, which any other student doesn't get? That's how I look at it from an industry perspective. Or for that matter, value proposition. Can they do a value proposition in front of a client? Let's say I moved out to Deloitte. I was the auditor lead for Deloitte. I moved out to Deloitte now. I have my own consultancy now. So if I place a person in front of a client, can they do a value proposition for a client? So if that's a skill which you pick up, or a market intelligence, that's a skill. These are short-term courses which a lot of management institutes offer, and these are job-oriented courses. Again, as ma'am said, B2Bs, B2Cs, there are very specific marketing which is very different, which happens in B2B, institutional sales, or even B2C. These days, it is even C2C and C2B as well. A lot of sales happen this way. So, is there a way you can combine digital with general marketing? Is something I'm looking at. Also, in digital marketing again, you say that yes, we have, again, as I said, Facebooks and we read more about that. What we are more interested in is, can you generate a campaign for me? Can you run a campaign for me? And if you are running a campaign, can you measure the ROI of the campaign, return of investment on that? If I'm investing 1,000 rupees in a Facebook campaign, how many people is it reaching? How many hits I have got? Out of that, how many sales I have got? What are the eyeballs which I have grabbed? So these are some of the metrics which we are interested in. Can they run a YouTube campaign, or even a short-term course you can look at as campaign management? That you will find a lot of industry experts. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, to add on that, the skills would be, required skills would be, I think most probably you should be doing the person who is experienced in retail marketing segment, coming and giving a seminar about what are the skills he has and he does in his company. If, for example, retail manager, he has a knowledge of visual merchandising, the layout, that was just like Sir was saying, and he also has knowledge of the Corel software, what they use for designing the ads and all, maybe. And he also has a set of plan when he does a campaign, how he does, what's the target customer, how many customers he's taking, and then if he get into these, then which vendor he's taking to put up all the artworks or whatever is required for that, the planning of everything from just starting to the end, and then coming to return of investment, what Sir was saying again, how do they calculate, what kind of calculations they use, and then how much percent is generally taken out of that. So all these things will be particularly done by the department-wise to marketing dignitaries. Maybe a retail person can give retail segment of marketing knowledge, and then banking person can give banking knowledge going forward, department-wise.
Just adding on to that, what Sir shared, you can give it as an internal assignment so that hands-on they can do it, the 40 marks, rather than having a conceptual testing. The application-oriented office saying if you can make them do.
We have SBT, skill-based test. In that way, 10 marks.
Like campaign management.
Yes.
If you can give it to the students, hands-on to do it, evaluate it, so they know how to take it forward.
Sir, can I add one point? Because the skill set aspect is raised. The first thing, like let us see. My take will be, these programs should be taken as a holistic perspective, not as an individual perspective. Second is outcome-based learning, okay? Measurable outcome here. See, let's take the JD, job descriptions of a sales guy from different sites. If you take Naukri and all that, you can find out what are actual skill set required. Now, if this can be trained, then what happens? You will know where they are going and whether they are capable of going or not. So we have to change our mindset from teaching to training. That's very, very important actually. So less of teaching, very less in fact. That's why in the earlier colleges, I had suggested the faculty members not to teach the unit 1. Because the basic unit, they should come, the students should come reading. You question them. So conceptual clarity can come from there. Another aspect, I've experimented with probably, I don't know whether it is possible or not, feasible, but I've experimented and it has come out with the results. People who opted for marketing specializations, I think you just cannot get into the specialization because you put it on the application. Right? At the end of what happens, they join the program, get frustrated, after 3 months again search for a new job. Right? So, is it people who have opted, they should get into the program. So, send them to Abbott's, Chiraka Lane, the direct marketing companies are there. 3 days, you have to roam with them from Charminar to, Abbott's to Charminar, selling calculators, reported ones. After 3 days, you come back and tell how many of you would like to go for it. And believe me, 40% drop was there because they could realize marketing is not everybody's cup of tea. So, but then what happens? You get people who are really willing for it. So, similar kind of exercise can be done, to filter, right, and train these people for the company. Yes, exactly. And it should be done early, in fact, not in the second year itself. So, another important aspect, all said and done, so my take is, my suggestion is, you will have fantastic world-class syllabus. A lot of sources are available, you can make it. The problem comes in execution. When it comes to execution, what happens? First of all, the faculty should be trained. Right? For example, you look at that when you're meeting a customer after your first job, you should know how to talk to the customer. Then how to take an appointment over a telephone. Many students don't know how to talk over telephone. The telephone manner, that itself is a soft skill which should be read. Right? Suppose somebody called to a client. The client didn't leave the phone. Second time when the client says, "Sir, I called you didn't leave my phone." So these are very subtle side of the communication which should be taught, which should be practiced. It cannot be taught, in fact. Right? And when it comes to engaging, customer engagement, for example, I am meeting a new client. If I don't know how to engage him, then how can I get into business? So, if you tell them story writing skills, long ago there is a king, complete the story. And many times I found it, students are not able to complete the story because they move around, a king had a queen. That was a typical second line of storytelling. And the third person says that the king had two sons. I said, why not daughters? Because that linear thinking has to be, changed. So these exercise, leads a lot of exercise with regard to the communication skills, particularly interpersonal skills. So few of these things, if it is practiced, we can get into a better mode of creating sales. Thank you.
So with regarding to the telling about 3 days setting the calculators from Amit to Charminar, I happen to do this. But coming back from the supermarket, they might be taking more than 5, definitely more than 5. So what really instigated them to take more than 5 products? So I did this part of the skill-based test. But the class of 50 students, only 6 students actively participated in it. Actually, I tried it for 45 days, pushed them on and on and on. Only thing I get the response is the store manager didn't allow us to do it. Convincing the store manager was so, and then everyone started saying, "Sir, we never realized marketing is so tough, being on the floor and doing it."
Can I add to that just a point here? We had a similar difficulty with one of the other business colleges which I have worked with. What we did is, we have taken housing societies, the small cooperative societies and gated tenants. So this is where you get a lot of traction. They are welcome there because they are their own people. So this is where they are honing their skills.
I think we will go chapter-wise, unit-wise first. Then all general remarks we will take at the end. Because after understanding the entire syllabus, we will be able to come to a conclusion. I request yourself to go unit-wise first.
So do you suggest anything in marketing management apart from this 5 units? Yes, sir.
It is about consumer behavior.
Yeah.
My suggestion is let us make it unit 2 or 3. Unit 2. Okay. Because once they understand the basics of
Consumer.
then why people buy.
Okay.
That 7
O's concept.
Yes, that's very nice.
Okay.
So sequence will be just important.
Sure. So everything is okay. We'll go to the second. We have these small topics here. In fact, in the marketing program and life cycle, unit 3, we have public relations, sales promotion, public relations. The third line. So we'll move to the second subject, that is digital marketing.
So regarding with digital marketing, we have 5 units in this, and what I can see for digital marketing is that it's a kind of a practical subject that we have to teach them. And when I'm seeing the syllabus here, it's completely about theoretical part. And digital marketing is such a subject, I'm too small to speak about this, but it's such a subject. Every 3 years we see big trends happening in digital marketing. And right now when we're talking about the right trend, that's current trend that's happening is about content marketing, influencer marketing that's going on around, the interactive marketing that's allowed in social media. And when we're trying to frame the syllabus, and we have to frame the syllabus from particular textbooks, we are not able to find influencer marketing in any of the digital marketing textbooks around. So that's a challenge for us, being to set the syllabus. How should we go about it? How should we do apart from seeing from the syllabus? And when talking about digital marketing, web analytics takes a big thing there. Web analytics, blockchain, our performance metrics that are there, the rate of ROI that you're talking about. So that is really important in digital marketing. So actually, I really wanted to have a sea change in the syllabus in this. So I would just put forward my points, just giving the basics of them. Next, we understand the platforms, that's also fine, channels of digital marketing. From then, why don't we actually try to create a practical thing of creating campaigns for Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and LinkedIn. These are the 4 major digital social media platforms where we see a lot of trends are happening in the world right now. The corporate world, everyone is using this Twitter and Instagram to create a campaign. And the next unit we try to analyze analytics, the web analytics that is needed for digital marketing. What are digital marketing, or how it is measured, performance analytics after that is very much needed. And then we try to talk about the influencer marketing, content marketing and interactive marketing in the next unit. Because influencer marketing is the big thing that's happening. They are not endorsing the brand ambassadors is used for mass marketing, and mainly the influencer marketing is taking around everywhere. Even an 18-year-old is becoming an influencer right now in the today's world. And we are not able to see anywhere in the textbooks. So please suggest how should we go about changing this particular thing and trying to invite this particular things into the syllabus. Yeah, first and second unit, I think it's fine, sir. When we're trying about the introduction with the first unit, it's fine. Second unit is fine. Any suggestions as welcome, sir, in the first and second units?
So basically, first suggestion is when you're making the syllabus, you're talking about getting some reference. So my suggestion is don't go for a textbook reference, because right now TikTok marketing is
very much
there.
Very much.
So we don't know tomorrow something else will also come up.
Very much.
So it should be based on a lot of beautiful courses. See, run by Simply Learn programs are there. IMAN has got a program, collaborative program. These are very good module-based programs.
Okay.
So that can be a frame of reference for forming syllabus. Second is there should be some focus on the organic, inorganic likes and sales difference when you are putting on the how to buy online, lead generation through Facebook, through LinkedIn. Okay. Because these are practical aspects that will be more helpful. SEO a little technical.
Yes.
They need special technique for that. Yeah. So in a academic syllabus, we cannot give more of practical in digital marketing because every module itself is a course. It's a course like that. So considering that, I feel with these 2-3, it should be fine for this.
They must be very clear what is what. The next subsequent modules must be practice oriented. Involve as many practitioners, whoever is practicing digital marketing, engage themselves in digital marketing, they involve. So that is most important because this is a 2 credit course. Therefore, keep that in mind. And
regarding the books, if the faculty has done a course in digital marketing, I don't think so you need anything there. Okay.
Coursera.
Coursera, if you have done a digital program, then you can just generate a handout and that should be the be-all and end-all. Just look at that. Then
Sure.
MOOCs, OpenCourseWare, you have a lot of inputs on digital marketing.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, this is a generic I not recording anything. I is not first of all, you must know program objectives. You must be very clear. See, this I am telling you why, because tomorrow NBA, NAC or any assessments look into that. Listen, what are the objectives you would like to achieve through this program? And what are the outcomes you are going to show? Objectives decided, then subject wise, course wise, objectives. There should be some alignment between these two. If that is not there, whatever you write, these are the outcomes or objectives. If there is no relevance and alignment is not there, this is specifically very deeply examined by the NBA and others. Listen, most of the institutes are telling you they lack this understanding. Yesterday only I conducted it. I told them on their face, despite your size, market acceptance, market share, but this is not right. Okay. So they give you how to design, how to structure, what is the relevance, and how do you engage them with what kind of pedagogy. Okay.
So in this section, can there be one section called techno marketing? Because I've seen it in a few colleges. It's called techno marketing, and the way the content covered in there is it's all about
latest technologies. How do you use ML, AL, AI, artificial intelligence, 5G, marketing, ML, machine languages. So all these things, how can you use it in marketing? So this is where they are teaching them, and they bundle everything under a syllabus called techno marketing. So they just have it as a unit. It's not a subject per se. In the digital marketing paper, it's definitely one of the units. So that sets them into a very good basic understanding of what things are. Because whether you're a technical person or not, you have to work with it.
Sure, sir. We'll definitely think on that.
One more small thing which I would like to add in the first thing is when they are learning about the concept, what is exactly the digital marketing, maybe they should be given a chance of knowing what exactly happens in digital marketing in the very first glance itself. How a campaign is run and runs with digital campaigning, as in which influencer comes, or how is he perfect person for the campaign, and then what kind of customers he would be grabbing out of the practical experience. Maybe one person come and speak to them, or maybe you can also, out of your experience, you can gather your research and tell all the students about the program which they are going to take. The very first thing would be how it happens, and then if you ask me, any of the influencers who comes in these programs, they have no idea about what they are promoting or enough investment. They're not bothered about anything. They come, they do their thing, and they go. What are my personal experience of it? But then, how do you make out of it something out of it? Why do you use it? Is something entirely very different. So these kind of things which are very particular in nature and which has to be spoken out loud in the very first unit itself.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So next subject we have is product and brand management. We have done some changes. The first unit itself actually it was product and branding decisions. We come entirely focused now on only the product decisions, because in the 4th and 5th unit we are talking about branding. So the first unit is limited only to the product decisions. Yeah, we're going to change the 3, 4 and 5 units. Yes, as I suggested, taking the techno marketing and another web analytics and machine learning. Influencer marketing, we will definitely make the changes in the rules. Yeah. The next subject is product and brand management. And the first unit, we are completely focusing on the product decisions, because again the brand audit, the brand positioning have been repeated in the 5th unit. The first unit is completely about product decisions. And then the second unit, as ma'am was suggesting that NPD was again being repeated from the marketing management. You can see, ma'am, in the new syllabus, we actually fine-tuned it and we removed some of the topics of NPD generic product development process. And we are actually more in detail about trying to talk about role of the innovation in product development process in second unit now. So before to unit 2, any changes in the unit 1? Any changes suggested in the unit 1? PLC is actually there in the marketing management. Yeah. Start to our product and brand management is an only marketing elective.
Student ఎప్పుడైతే నా MBA కంప్లీట్ చేసి బయటకు వస్తాను ఏ సెగ్మెంట్లోకి వెళ్ళాలి కంప్లీట్లీ సార్ చెప్పినట్టు ఫస్ట్ 3 months కంపెనీలో ఇస్తాను అది అర్థమయ్యే లోపల జాబ్ ఓకే అగైన్ యూ షిఫ్ట్ టు అదర్ డొమైన్ అక్కడ అగైన్ ఈ స్టార్ట్ దిస్ కెరియర్ విత్ జీరో ఓకే సపోజ్ ఐ am into financial I have 17 years experience in financial services. Previous I worked in communication. అయితే నాకు ఆ షిఫ్ట్ నుంచి ఇక్కడికి రావాలి అంటే నేను ఇక్కడ స్టడీ కావాలంటే మినిమం 2-3 years టైం అప్పుడు జాబ్ ఓపెనింగ్స్ చాలా తక్కువ మార్కెట్లో మనము దానికి స్టిక్ అయి వర్క్ చేస్తాం ఇప్పుడు వచ్చే స్టూడెంట్స్ దేర్ ఆర్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఓపెనింగ్స్ ఓకే అయితే they don't know about what is the financial marketing, okay, what is the FMCG, what is the pharma, and nowadays even temple also require marketing. అంటే మనం చాలా టెంపుల్స్ వస్తాం ఏదైతే ఎక్కువ మార్కెట్ చేసుకుంటారో ఈవెన్ గాడ్ ఆల్సో రిక్వైర్డ్ మార్కెటింగ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ రియల్ ఎక్కువ ఏదైతే టెంపుల్ నుంచి మార్కెటింగ్ నడుస్తుందో ఆ టెంపుల్ బాగా మూవ్ అవుతుంది అలాగే ఈవెన్ హాస్పిటల్స్ ఈవెన్ స్కూల్స్ అండ్ కాలేజెస్ ఇప్పుడు ఎగ్జామ్స్ అయిపోయాయంటే ఆల్ టీచర్స్ ఎవరిబడి ఇన్ మార్కెట్ ఓకే అయితే ఈ స్టూడెంట్స్కి అంటే ఏ సెగ్మెంట్లోకి వెళ్ళాలో తెలియదు సార్ చెప్పినట్టు ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం ఒక్కొక్క సెగ్మెంట్ మీద వాళ్ళ ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉంటాం ఇక్కడ ఏంటి ప్రోడక్ట్ 1 by 1 స్టెప్ బై స్టెప్ కానీ పర్టికులర్గా ఆ ఫీల్డ్ అది సెట్ కాదు పర్టికులర్ ఒక ఫీల్డ్ నాకు సెట్ కాదు అంతా చేసేది ఏంటంటే జనరల్గా ఇప్పుడు వీళ్ళు ఈజీగా చేయడం జాబ్లలో ఏది కూడా ఫాలో కొద్దిగా ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం వాళ్ళ సెగ్మెంట్ వైజ్గా వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కడన్నా ఫస్ట్ యూనిట్లోనే మార్కెటింగ్ దీంట్లోనే వాళ్ళకి సెగ్మెంటేషన్ దాంట్లో ఇస్తే వాళ్ళు ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏది ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళు ప్యాషనెట్గా దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళగలుగుతారు కామన్ ఏంటంటే మా దగ్గర ఒక 5 years సపోజ్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇన్ FMCG ఇఫ్ యూ కమ్ టు మీ ఐ విల్ నాట్ టేక్ దట్ టైం ఎందుకంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ 0%. Again, I have to give the training. It will lot of time taking process. First time మనం కనుక వాళ్ళకి అన్ని సెగ్మెంట్ వైజ్గా కనుక మనం చెప్పగలిగి ప్లస్ ప్రాక్టికల్గా కనుక వాళ్ళకి మార్కెట్లో కనుక మనం చెప్పగలిగితే దెన్ ఆఫ్టర్ కంప్లీషన్ ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ సమ్ మార్కెటింగ్స్కి ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు ఈ మార్కెటింగ్లో మనం చెప్పేది ఓన్లీ బేసిక్స్ చెప్తాం డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ వచ్చేసరికి వాళ్ళకి టెక్నికల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ కూడా అవసరం దే డోంట్ నో టెక్నికల్ బేసిక్స్ ఇన్ ది సబ్జెక్ట్ అక్కడ టెక్నికల్గా డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ టెక్నికల్గా మనం మార్కెటింగ్ చేయాలంటే ఏమేమి ఇన్పుట్స్ మనం ఇవ్వాలి ఇప్పుడు మీకు సపోజ్ మొబైల్ నుంచే మనం ఇస్తే దీంట్లో స్పెసిఫికేషన్స్ ఇస్తాం ఎంతమందికి ఆ స్పెసిఫికేషన్స్ జస్ట్ అది చూస్తాను ఏ డోంట్ టెక్నికల్ కూడా అంటే ఒకవేళ వాళ్ళు డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ టెక్నికల్గా వాళ్ళకి ఏమేమి బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్గా ఏమేమి కావాలి అంటే మనం దీంట్లో చెప్పగలుగుతాం
product?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are in the unit 2.
I just see one specific new entry into the market, which is called business anthropology. So not many colleges are offering this. I'm not looking at a full-fledged course on this, but this is definitely a big thing in digital marketing these days. See, a lot of problems, the way marketers understand these days, can be solved by understanding the culture behind that brand. Now earlier, anthropology was supposed to be a prehistoric kind of a subject. There is something called business anthropology, which is a $20 billion market. In fact, Deloitte in 2017, we did a campaign wherein we rebranded ourselves. It was looked at a very boring company, so we completely used business anthropology techniques to completely go in and rebuild an image, similar to IBM. If you look at 2014, 2015 campaign, you will see a $36 billion campaign which IBM did. I'm speaking about 2014, 2015 area. You can check it out on YouTube. It's called New IBM, New Age, New IBM in New Age. So that's what it's called. Even Deloitte campaign is titled as Look Again. Look Again. Do you think we are this? Look Again. So Reliance did a very recent one, which is again a $5 billion exercise. It was as recent as 2019. So if you can just add a few chapters or one chapter on business anthropology, that will be a wonderful input. This comes under branding. This comes under branding as to why brands are like this, what can be changed in the brand. Let's say you're designing a logo, you're changing a logo, two companies merge. Recently, we have banks merging. So if I look at Vijaya Bank, at least I was speaking to a bank manager there. So they merged with Bank of Baroda. There's nothing like a Vijaya Bank these days. It's called Bank of Baroda. How do they change their culture of employees? How do they integrate all these people who are coming from different areas?
I go for sir. In unit 4, sir, because second unit is about product market evolution.
I'm looking at the whole paper. Wherever you find it more convenient.
Sure, sir.
It's more to do with brands.
Sure, sir. Definitely. Definitely. So any Sapna ma'am, any inputs in unit 2, ma'am? Fine. Yes, ma'am. Unit 3 is about product development, segmentation and testing. Any suggestions in this one?
Many of these concepts are very ancient in real life. Like you have joint space maps. Yes. I really don't see the relevance of it. Because when I was a student, we had a book called Vesemir for product management. Vesemir. And this seems to be coming straight from there. So I think we can do away with the joint space mapping.
I think that actually it has got its practical implications today. People are not using it because the practitioners perhaps lack understanding about them. See, it easily communicates how vis-a-vis the competitors. So therefore, people must have understanding about the joint space, product space, preference, segmentation, all these things. But that's not being used today in the market. This is reflected even today in the marketing models by Sridharan and others. Yes. Actually, you cited in the reference list, but nothing is taken from the syllabus. I was just looking at not a single point is there from the book. Why it is included? Because you could have included some kind of mathematical models to really. Today, industry lacks that mathematical models to forecast the market, to understand the behavior of the markets. Not simply theoretical explanation does not lead you anywhere. Market is vast, market is big. You must be able to forecast the market in such a way. The predictability forecasting must be very, very precise and should be very high as possible. That is possible if you really make the students to learn about the mathematical models given by Lillian and Sridhar. It's very, very tough book to understand, and you need a mathematical background, which I have tried to offer earlier with the Utsuma ICT syllabus also. Marketing engineering, yes. So therefore, it requires a different kind of input. If you are really training your students in such a way, if you are good at that particular thing, they become gem of the industry.
So what you said applies to perceptual mapping.
Yes.
But joint space, just a subtopic.
It's a combination. Product in a product and perception both when we combine, it's called joint. A simple small concept which does not take even 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes is a big thing that part. But they must need not be reflected in the syllabi. You can need not be reflected in this unit, but okay.
Sir, I have one observation on Unit 3, product development, segmentation and testing. So I see that there are two concepts which you can add here. One is a working product model or a working service model. It's called a WPM or a WSM. So these are, if you look at CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, if I'm an investor, if I'm a startup, and if I need venture finance, so if I go to a VC, I need to show something called a working product model even to get a finance. So this is something which is very actively being used in product management. Sure, sir.
Branding side, one suggestion of the digital branding, e-branding, can be included.
Sure, sir. So anything in the Unit 4, sir? Understanding the brands. Everything is fine. So 5th unit, brand management.
Small thing in Unit 4, what I would like to contribute.
Yeah.
Agencies. See, you see again all this Unit 4 is all models, no? And all everything is most of theory. But
Yes.
actually in the industry, there is a lot of technical knowledge as well in the brand. You know, what kind of materials they use, which sites they use, brand to brand, and then what's the actual time, the season to do some branding and all. This is also included things in the brand, and technical itself is a huge thing which you get in deeper insight. There are softwares they use, there are different kind of colors they use, why do they use these colors. There's a lot of different concepts that you know. To see from this syllabus, I have not seen any point where we are touching that part.
Brand personality, elements and dimensions, we will cover all regarding the branding things.
Is this all modeling or is it
No, it's practical, all practical, yes. Everything talking about the brand, the introduction to the brand, how do you do it?
One more suggestion. If you have any case studies or some where industry people come and teach this, some topics here, you can also suggest us so that we will keep it in mind. Yeah. Or some simulations or case studies, because we are planning to purchase some of the things.
Father, if you ask me now, for every chapter there should be a guest lecture being given from the technical person, from the person who is in the industry who is dealing with that.
But we started that process. Specifically, if you have somebody, some topic and somebody who might in general also, you can see a session.
So with the 5th unit, brand management, as Harshit has suggested, we can add e-branding there. So the 5th unit, sir. That's it, yes, sir. So anything else you want us to add, sir? So anything else for the 5th unit, anyone, sir? So with that, we're done with the product and brand management.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll move to marketing, communication, and distribution management.
My first suggestion will be for the title.
Yeah.
My suggestion is let's not join communication distribution.
Okay.
Instead of put sales and distribution.
Sales and distribution. Okay.
Yeah, these are the two channels that companies use.
Yes.
Communication is a different aspect of the.
Okay. Sure, sir. Sir, you see in the first unit, marketing communications and developing the integrated marketing communication. We transform from the marketing communication to integrated marketing communication nowadays. The many tools we are using to reach the customer. So can you suggest anything in this particular unit?
I think this paper is too ambitious. IMC is being clubbed with sales and distribution.
Yes.
So we have to de-link it somewhere.
Okay. Please suggest me. Unit 1, any such?
I'll go with that. What you think? IMT with different.
Yes. Yeah. But we retain some part of the syllabus which is developed by our experts of the parent university, Usman University.
Yes.
some of the introduction concepts.
Is there any unit which speaks about standards in distribution management? That is, for example, there's something called a TQM, Total Quality Management.
No, that is, it comes under the operations management.
Oh, you're covering it under
Operations management.
Okay.
A separate subject.
It's already
Yes, yes. Anything else we can add and delete and drop in the unit 1?
For this IMC, we get clarity.
Yes, yes.
As Professor Sarma said, make it the sales and distribution.
Sure.
Okay.
Sales and distribution management.
Because the integrated marketing communication itself is definitely you are talking only specifically and communication aspect.
Sure, sir.
Distribution is, and I think in the parent department the paper was I think on almost
Promotional distribution management.
Is it?
PDM.
So that is the different. You can call it a sales and distribution management.
Sure, sir. Yeah.
It will be more specific.
If there is a possibility, the first marketing paper doesn't become too heavy, you can shift a small dose of IMC there.
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Introduction.
Introduction.
Basics. That's important.
But
Right.
not heavy also.
Okay.
No, only introduction.
Still much more.
An elementary exposure to IMC.
Sure. Sure.
See, while designing, keep it in mind. You have to deliver 60 sessions.
Okay.
60 clock hours. So, how much each unit should be loaded, you must be knowing.
Sure, sir.
So, when you really make a session plan of 60 sessions, then you will be knowing whether it is highly loaded or not.
Correct.
So, therefore, that you keep it in. While writing this, perhaps we may not understand.
Sure, sir.
Topic wise, then we will come. Oh, this is 60 sessions are there.
We have second unit, personal selling.
Which one? Integrated. You have to change according to sales and distribution.
That's what we have to change.
This is talking about IMC. We are changing it from IMC to sales
and distribution.
So sales part should be
Only sales and distribution.
Also, unit 1, you can talk about the ad agencies.
Ad agencies.
Ad agencies.
Yes, yes.
Because they have got a lot of changing rules today.
the reason why anyone
Sir.
what is suggested the curriculum design the first stage is explorative thinking. Explorative thinking in the backdrop of the best schools of the world, what are they offering in that particular area. When you identify 101 titles that are offered in the area of marketing, in the area of finance, in the area of operations group, like that, then out of 100, what courses can be offered as electives, what courses can be offered as foundation. So, without backdrop of those things, you will find the odd alignment. For example, we see IMC with the distribution. Alignment must be there. And basically, when you design a program, you must always keep it in mind that student doesn't know anything. He must be given first the fundamental, the basics of the subject. For example, digital marketing. What are the basics that are required for every common man to understand digital marketing? Is it not? Then you come to the third and fourth unit specialization. How? So basics, fundamental is most. It should be a systematic, orderly flow. These are generic principles I am talking about, not with any other.
Presentations.
Actually, this lot of just to leave it on brand name.
Yes, sir. Correct, sir.
They don't have personal selling
Seconds.
If you don't know personal selling techniques, always is depending on the brand. If you come out from the brand, if some companies they don't have brand skills, he cannot sell that product. If you know the presentation skills, any product you can sell.
Types of the presentation will add, sir. Its presentation comes under the personal selling process. Pre-approach, approach.
Sales, is this a part of sales
Sales
management?
management.
Sales skills.
Yes.
Sales skills.
Presentation, handling the objections. Yeah, these all things we are there. We have to
Always, I rightly said,
types of
to include
presentation
them into.
in the process. Sure, sir.
And one more small thing, in the unit 2, I think when we are talking about personal selling, from step 1 to the last step, the NPS, how do you cover, everything has to be covered in the personal selling.
Sure.
And one more is personal selling. We can include little bit of body language to it.
Okay.
That's very important for a sales guy.
And then we will teach in the pre-approach.
Approach.
Approach.
Yes, you can mention the terminology here.
Some kind of simulation sessions also we
Simulation.
conduct.
Yeah, that's right.
And for that and personal selling, I think, sir, Kundus would be a right. Kundus sales management right, Kundus should be a right
Yeah,
one there.
Yeah.
Because that is a
Colin Gupta.
No. Different state.
Yes, yes. Third unit, that is sales promotion and
They have written sales and distribution management in total also. Not only, there was a book called Sales Management by 21st State. There is a book called Sales and Distribution Management.
Sure.
That should cover the entire thing.
Definitely.
Just for my faculty, don't engage in phones, kindly listen. No sir, I am little particular. I am sorry, but please put your phones aside and then start engaging in the conversation. We are doing a serious work. Thank you.
So the third unit, sales promotion and support media. Any suggestion? Please go through the third unit and
See, I tell you a simple advice.
Sir.
Sales and distribution. 5 units. Apportion 2 units or 3 units for sales. Balance 2 or 3, whatever, if it is 5, as per your distribution. There are good books I suggested by Sapna and others, Follow the order. You have to, what are the important topics to be covered in those 2 units? Present them in the loading. What are the, so far as distribution management is concerned, what are the important topics to be loaded in those rest of the units? Loaded. And this text is this and this. Suggested reading this and this. So that they, and apart from that, if you develop anything, you give them some kind of material in the form of handouts. Say, for this topic, this is the case which the teacher is going to teach in the classroom. This case you can supply as well with your material. They come prepared, present it, make them understand and train them. The requisite skills that are required for those people. That is easier.
So my suggestion is, of course, as a requirement to put a lot of textbooks. I think the faculty member themselves can brand them using, preparing resources.
Yes.
That will be internal branding.
Okay.
See, as a faculty member, I prepare something and put my name, the college name, put it. And we can get lot of applications, latest applications online.
Yes.
And there are some books which are old for 10-15 years. Now that doesn't have relevance. Again, students don't go through these bulky textbooks anymore. So latest materials can be developed.
Sir, to add upon this, in the beginning, you are talking about all the points which are related to shelf performance, price, promotion, premium promotion, everything. Let us take a practical example of maybe a retail or any other product which is covered in the market. And let us teach one model so that they understand, and similar things will be happening in all the products. So maybe if it is retail, then how particular products,
Retailer is adapted.
yes, how it is adapted, how it is marketed, what kind of marketing details activity they do, and then how do they see the written on that, and then what kind of things are done in which area wise. So this thing has to be practically covered so that they will have that glance in that part when we are having this thing.
In sales management book, there is a chapter called retailing, wholesaling. Use the concept, give a case. Okay? Big bazaar case is available.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere in internet you will get a lot of cases. Like retailing. A case for wholesaling. A case for retailing. What is retailing? What are the dynamics of retailing? What are the dynamics of wholesaling? This is how you have to present class and replace the client.
Yes.
Okay? One or two cases of your choice. Anything.
Industry people can help me out here. There is a concept called account management. Is it being covered somewhere? Because is this the only place where you're covering sales, or is there a specific paper where you operate as sales? Because there's an area in marketing called account management, wherein if you look at it, Ernst & Young from 0 to went to 350 within 1.5 years, and I myself at Deloitte, we moved from 0 to today. The team is 450 people supporting account management. So I don't see that concept here at all. It's a very, very powerful concept, account management. Typically what we do is, top tier clients, we bucket them into accounts. And for each of these accounts, they have specific development officers who also act as sales promoters. So they're not only customer relation officers, they promote what's called as, again, cross-selling. Very important part. In fact, we got more than $350 million for Deloitte over 2016-18 period only from cross-selling. That's a huge, I see a lot of opportunities opening up. Account management. So that's the concept of it. I'm sure you will be able to look at it. There's a lot more books written. It's a relatively new concept, but it's a big concept in sales these days.
You cover it under CRM, sir.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that now. Yeah.
At our university,
You
cover
also
it
covered.
under CRM.
Thank you very much.
But still get within the salesman.
Sure.
There is a unit on that.
Next, fourth unit, distribution and supply chain management. Where we give a little bit introduction to both the distribution, then we move to supply chain management and its importance concepts. Distribution industry also growing like anything nowadays. A lot of opportunities for the students in the distribution. Another itself is investing a lot of amount of this analytics.
You can pick up channel conflict.
Channel conflict.
Conflict.
Yes, yes.
Because most of the reason for the distribution problem is related to
Channel
conflict.
design, channel management, channel conflict,
Yes.
channel partners.
Yes, sir.
These are the things to be presented as part of the distribution management. Include Dabawala case somewhere,
Yes.
some other case somewhere. By session wise, see what Dabawala cases become very popular.
Correct, sir.
They went and presented their case in Harvard.
Harvard.
Then, okay, you can also include people come to know. And there are some important cases available from India which are presented the top schools like Stanford and Harvard.
Sure, sir.
So open internet is available.
Yes,
Just they
yes.
can present, put it and load the students.
Materials.
So that it looks better, people also understand better.
One more small thing. In the fourth unit, are we covering this warehousing, everything?
Warehousing is covered in the unit 5.
So it's separating it.
Unit 5, there is a transportation and warehousing
Yeah.
model of transportation. Is there in the
And
unit 5?
when we are speaking about all the distribution and supply chain management,
Only introduction data.
yeah, that's right.
So I have one question again. Again, it's more from, I don't know about it, probably it's also being covered. One thing is, unit 4, I'm referring to distribution and supply chain management. What is the focus here? Is it more on products? Because I see most of the old textbooks, they all talk about products. But how about ERP software? How about if I'm selling? Because this is what I sell it as. And the old distribution supply models, I don't even use it these days. My supply chain models are totally different. I was reading the IBM team for 3 years. one of the software heads for India, we were using models which were totally different from what I see here. So is it also covered? Is it only from a product?
We have this subject called e-business where we are talking
It's already
about
covered.
EDI, all these concepts, electronic data interchange, electronic fund transfer, and all the concepts we are
No,
discussing.
that's a fund transfer is a different concept.
Yeah.
The services, how do you design? Let's say I download my
Okay.
Microsoft Office.
Yes.
Microsoft Office 365 is a very commonly used one in offices.
Yes.
It's not given through a CD-ROM. It's not sent through any distribution channel.
Yes.
You download it directly from the server marketing. So do we also cover such services here?
No.
This doesn't go into that scope. If you are only talking about the products per se, physical products or services.
Yes.
Sir, I will just make a mention of that. We have done a case study on distribution and channel conflict.
Yes.
In fact, in Hyderabad, we were all around 30 faculty members who went for TAPMI one part.
Okay.
And it was a case development workshop.
Sir.
And I am happy to say that the Hyderabad team got the second best prize for the case study.
Congratulations.
I will be happy to come and share the case study because every time teaching distribution management, this Amul case study, this is a real case study of Hyderabad. And with full of tables and graphs, it's not a theoretical case study. And you run the case and you can take the whole course through the case. We did not talk about the concept there. Through the case study you can talk about. If adequate, I can definitely come and explain how it is done along with the teaching note.
Sure,
How
sir.
to explain the case, the faculty can use it anytime.
Sure, sir.
Wait.
Yeah, yes.
Excellent.
And next unit, the fifth unit, new techniques of managing distribution.
RFID everything is covered. The techniques we are speaking, the techniques, RFID is one of the techniques
RFID is
which they are using new now.
that is in the e-business concept.
I think we should include here also.
Some retail concepts are there in the e-business concepts also because there we are talking about e-business transactions and all. There the syllabus was covered in the general subject.
Yes, sir. But I think that little plans would be given here also.
Definitely.
We are speaking about the software.
Yeah, that is important when it comes to retail.
So on unit 5, new techniques of managing distribution.
Sir.
What is the scope of coverage? Is it more on products, consumer products, or is it also include industrial products?
No, only consumer products and service.
More
The
consumer
consumer
Not
products.
industrial.
Industrial. Yes. Generally, industries are required for the engineering students. For that, for any student, if the MBA wants to work with any company, that kind of a company, the industry background is required, BTech background is required, especially for the industrial marketing. So because of that, what happened, we designed this particular curriculum only on products and services.
In a small unit, sub-unit, can we add on industrial marketing?
Definitely. Sure, sir.
A lot of things happen on industrial marketing.
Sure, sir.
Delivery.
Okay.
But my basic question is, what are the new techniques that are being taught? And honestly, I do not. Some book must have mentioned
Yes.
that Chunawala or somebody
Yes, yes.
for salability.
Yes, sir.
New technique. But is there any new technique to tell the audience?
So we use a lot of technology basically.
Yes.
There should be a dose of technology there in this.
So technology and distribution is right titled rather than the new techniques. Is it? What?
You right, Chunawala said these new techniques of
Because
transport. Correct, you right.
There is technical hub and spoke model.
Okay.
For example, if there is a real model or a technique,
Tracking and all in supply chain management, cross-docking, tracking, I think in supply chain management.
So are you doing it in the fourth unit? In the supply chain?
No, this is the introduction, this is a different subject, logistics and supply chain management. Yes.
technology interface with the distribution.
Distribution, yeah, that. Anyway, you suggested is the right point, you also include some of the points in this point. Next, we go to fourth semester, we have the two subjects, consumer behavior and services marketing. We go with consumer behavior. consumer behavior. Jagan sir, I need your inputs. Every day you meet so many customers at your bank. In Sagar, you will also find a lot of cases in the retail. Yes. This is the 9th edition and that is the second edition. Oh, yes, sir. Right, sir. Yes, sir. Unit 1, sir, Introduction to Consumer Behavior.
Sir, first introduction when we are doing consumer behavior, I think types of consumers has to be covered in the very first place.
Okay.
Types, and then go ahead with the types of consumer of different types.
You can 7O can be overly put here.
7 the
Introduction to marketing. Because again in CV you have to start with the 7O concept. There may be repetition, but some intro should be there.
Sure, sir.
And second, the customer versus consumer differences.
Yes.
Right. So that can help in the roles played by the consumer. Initiator, influencer, decider, buyer, and all those. That can be put in the
And one more small thing, sir. I think introduction only we should give out there are a lot of new set of customers which are coming to market as of now. There is space, there is claims again between that age. So similarly, there are a lot of new set of customers which are being introduced. Those kind of the set of customers has to be covered. I think we should be doing research and finding out on the new set of customers. So
Yeah, adding on to what you said, millennial consumer behavior.
Yes, that is important nowadays.
I was just going through this consumer behavior of the units. Is there a reference to, because what I see here is again what has always been in theory, but what about new consumer behavior in the new digital age? How relevant is this? So, the techniques which the consumers behave these days, it's very, very different from what a consumer used to behave even 5-6 years back. So, is there any way I can integrate technology and consumer behavior and the impact of technology and consumer behavior?
We can add some point like customer metric analytics, something kind of. You mean to say?
Metric analysis is one way of measuring it.
Yes.
What I'm looking at is what are the influencers of behavior here? Because the total influencers itself has changed. So the very fact that these days WhatsApp is on TikTok, these are the main distribution models, these are the main behavior models which are actually influencing purchases. So is there any way I can connect the students with these technologies and consumer behavior, realistic consumer behavior?
Definitely we have the consumer models.
Correct.
So here we can add something.
It is.
Search for any research article published related to the point which is there.
Yes, yes.
Because I don't think there is any book which is because when we include any curriculum, there should be available theory that is proven.
Yes.
Is it not?
Yes, sir.
See, your observation may. But there could be a chance that there some publication must be available from right? Either by Journal of Marketing or Journal of Consumer Research, US.
Yes, sir.
So just go to them, and when you find an article, it's really useful to include them in the curriculum. Because these are the things loaded in the curriculum by citing this so and so, read so and so. If any book is not available on that particular subject, you have to give the article as a handout.
citation.
Journal marketing has got a lot of
Yes, yes, that's the reason I'm just giving them a clue. Let them.
Sure, sure.
So again, as an end user of students who have read this subject, if I'm hiring somebody, my first interview question would be, what are the consumer behavior databases you're aware of? Nielsen typically has 98% of entire world's FMCG data, like Nielsen. I can definitely tell that for sure because I have led Nielsen before. So 98% of consumer behavior data worldwide comes from Nielsen. So what are the other types of databases? Are they aware of it? Do they know how to use it? I don't know how much in depth you want to go, but definitely they would like to know if they are into the practical job tomorrow. They need to know.
Sure.
And one more small point, sir, the contemporary dimensions of consumer behavior. I think the feedback what customers give is has entirely changed now. Previously, someone used to say someone on the dynamic span, but now customers writing a small thing which in Twitter which was to see what I think. So these kind of things which are recently coming, recent trends of behavior of consumers has to be so up to date and included in this.
Sure, sir. Next, second unit, consumer learning principles and theories. Anything you suggest, sir? Madam?
Second unit.
It's okay. Okay. Third unit, external influences on the consumer behavior. The family, culture.
Here I can.
Yeah, please, sir.
Because of lot of education.
Sir.
Our income around education component.
Correct, correct.
కొనాలంటే ఖచ్చితంగా వెళ్ళి అదే కొనుక్కోవచ్చు బికాస్ ఆఫ్ మీడియా అండ్ డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ హెవీ నాలెడ్జ్ బట్ వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ సెల్ఫ్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్
Correct, sir.
యూ నో ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఇది మంచిగా తెలుసు రివ్యూస్ వితౌట్ రివ్యూస్ నోబడి విల్ టేక్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ అండ్ end users product మంచిగా we go through the reviews and analyze it and we will inquire in the market. The self confidence and ఖచ్చితంగా end users లో ఒక 4-5 వాల్యూస్ తప్పితే ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇష్టపడి సెల్ఫ్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ అంటే complete either is educated or uneducated. For education to someone who is difference.
One entry, sub-entry here in chapter 3, external influence and consumer behavior. Can we add legal and regulatory influences because as per Global Marketing Council GMC, if you look at 2019 papers, for the last 3 years, regulatory influences have been the second largest influencing factor on any consumer decisions in all electronic gadgets worldwide. Because I'm a techno marketer, I can tell you that. And this is for the third consecutive year. It's a huge thing which is legal. It's like this. I have, before privatization, I didn't even have access to these brands. So where is the question of buying them? Or tomorrow, if government takes a decision to ban Coca-Cola and it goes back, where is the question of me buying Coca-Cola? So there's a huge these things. Probably a subsector, you could add it here.
It is there in the book. You feel to add it. Cultural, social, psychological, legal, all of them. You just add it. It's a legal subheading.
Yes, sir.
Like you said, no, social,
That's actually there in marketing management.
regulatory, consumer behavior.
Marketing management or consumer behavior cover that.
Here also you mentioned. I rightly said because that is we have to mandatory. You cannot escape from it. That is it. Yes. Yes.
And same in the same third area, I think we should also consider the technological influences which are being introduced recently. It's very, very, I think all the young people, most of the people are with the phones and mobiles. Yes. So when you are buying something in Amazon, there are 1,000 referrals which comes and 1,000 feedbacks which are already there. So you influence by that as well. And then when you want to buy a policy, this policy goes and we compare all the policies. You take best. So this kind of new influences which we can include in the future.
I thought that covers digital consumer buyer behavior.
Yes.
As the fifth unit, if we can have a sub-unit.
Models.
Yeah.
That is suggested.
We can have digital buyer behavior.
15.
Small, maybe 1 minute here. When we look at consumer behavior models, Unit 5, is there scope on some practicality also? Because I may know the theory part behind it. How am I going to use it? Like for example, I know Engel and Blackwell and Rao. How am I going to use it actually, to design a questionnaire or to even understand their preferences? So I just want to understand the scope. Is it more theoretical or do you also cover practical? Is there a way that you can probably set it up as one or two classes for practical as well? Because that helps. Because any MR agency, when they hire a person, they would want him to straight away get on the job with these models. So this is where there are a lot of steps. Even in consulting fields, a lot of consulting, Accenture typically hires people who are specialists on engine model, by the way. And their placement salary for Accenture, which we offer, for an Angel and a Blackwell specialist starts from 8 lakhs for a fresher. So because that's specialist information.
Usually the research papers when you are writing.
No, this is where we pay for their knowledge so that as and when they start.
Just to add upon this, sir, I think most of these models which I've also studied in my curriculum, I'm not used any of them.
Yes. Fourth unit anything, madam? Swapna, madam.
We are not looking at dissonance. Explicitly it is not given there. Consumer dissonance.
But
post-purchase
we
behavior.
discussed only the types of buying behavior: complex, dissonance, variety, and habitual. They are in the first year, fourth
Basics of marketing.
basics of marketing. So it's reducing method. There is concept.
Can we not look at dissonance?
So under post-purchase behavior, I'm taking
Under that. Yeah, that's what it's speaking. It is not explicitly mentioned there.
This is very, very important nowadays. Customers is comparing.
That's the point.
Yes. If CB is okay, then we'll move to the last subject in marketing, services marketing.
We keep boring a lot of people. Again, when I just need to just to understand the scope here, sir. When you say services marketing, I, as an IBMer, I'm offering a server. Okay. So I'm telling us marketing services marketing. So for me, I'm offering a product, but it's bundled with service. So where do I fit this? It's not just services marketing, and I can't put it under product marketing. So either do I study it under product marketing, or do I study it under services marketing? Because this is what's called a hybrid marketing, which is the reality in the market. Because whenever I sell a server, along with that, or when I sell an AWS server, or when I sell a tower, let's say I put up a tower for Geo. Again, I'm speaking from one of the client assignments which I did for them. So it's not just the physical product I'm selling; it also bundled with the services. And I can't say it's services marketing because it's always linked back to the product. So is there a way? Where do we put it, sir, from an academic perspective? What is a better way to place it there? Under which header? Probably anybody from professors can guide me here.
Under services categorization classification, this is the emerging trend of service. It's neither exclusively like a watertight compartment, it doesn't fall under the only service category, nor fall into this product category. And in a matrix type of thing, a combination of these two, you can cite under service classification.
Classification.
Categorization.
So there is a unit called fourth unit, sir. Can you fourth unit?
In the first unit itself, sir.
Yeah.
In the first unit, you.
We can include in the fourth unit the science.
And what I am trying to tell you is, while introducing to the student, you can give the exposure about all these things.
Yes, sir.
But I for one I feel, for example, if I am offering, sir has dealt his rich experiences in that he can give a lecture of 2 hours.
Yeah.
But as a layman, I can't talk on that. I don't know, I don't have that kind of exposure and knowledge about that. And it's neither available in the text.
Yes.
Therefore, a teacher perhaps, unless you are expert, for example, sir can be invited on that, and this is a new concept which is emerging concept in the business scenario, which is not included in any textbook or theory. Emerging theory, it is in the process of emerging. So you can expose the students by inviting sir or any other who have got the rich experience in that area, and you can make it. And tomorrow you can develop a theory on that and try to publish in any journal or any paper anywhere. So many people come to know, oh, this is a new combination of services marketing which has come into existence, and people start looking at it and people start trying to strengthening the concept. Yes, that is one. In fact, it is an innovator's dilemma also, what you did, because being a new concept, we are not aware whether to be included in the product management or the service marketing, because it is neither categorized into this nor fully categorized into that. It is an hybrid version of the both.
Yes.
So where shall we classify? Is it?
The services continuum is there.
Yes, sir.
Then it's the concept.
Yes.
What I
As a concept, it is there. That's the reason why classification, categorization, and a continuum, it is there. But concept people have envisioned this. But now it is into practice. Still, a lot of theory has to be developed on this, a lot of models, a lot of cases. Then it becomes a book. So now, sir can deliver a case of IBM or whatever it is. So you please listen and record it, make it a point and make it a case and publish it.
Yes.
Then people start looking at more.
Yes.
What's up?
You have anything to say in the unit 170?
Fine.
Fine. So then we go to unit 2, service marketing mix. Madam, anything? 7 piece, service marketing mix. Second unit.
My suggestion is service quality, if it can be an independent unit. Because that's the key thing, in fact. The circle model of performance model, all that can be one unit in fact.
Unit 3, sir, strategies to overcome intangibility, inconsistency, inventory, insufficiency.
Services.
Yes.
Strategies for marketing or strategies for services?
Services marketing. Services. Strategies for services marketing. 4 challenges of service marketing. To overcome them.
But these are the character features of services by which you classify them. Services కనబడే but కళ్ళు ఉన్నాయి కనబడేవాడి కళ్ళు
interactive, external, and internal marketing. These three concepts we are using. It is influenced also, that's what suggested by some of the students also. This is one of the emerging concepts.
నాకేంటంటే డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్లో థియరీ కంటే ప్రాక్టికల్ ఇన్పుట్ ఎక్కువ పెడుతుంది. నాకు అది ఆనెస్ట్లీ ఐఎమ్ ఫేసింగ్ రీసెంట్లీ జాయింట్ సెక్రటరీస్ ఆఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఆర్గనైజ్. Then indirector I wanted a person who can access the digital marketing. This is the audience. So audience is a very powerful audience. They don't accept easily. They don't agree easily. It's not easily to sell in that class. But మనం థియరీ చదువుకుంటూ అలా చెప్పడం అనేది కాదు. Practitioner is required. Practitioner is a professional qualification, professional competence is required. Because they are the bureaucrats, purely look at the bureaucratic point. I could not get anybody. అందుకోసం నేను ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నాను, మీరు ఆఫ్ యూనిట్ యూ ఇంపార్ట్ డైలీ, ది అదర్ ఆఫ్ యూ ఇన్వైట్, expose yourself, practice, and tomorrow you become a practitioner oriented teacher. Practicing. అందుకోసమే ఏసీటీ ఏం చేస్తుంది, కరికులంలో కొంత 10% లివరేజ్ ఇచ్చింది, మనీ 15 లివరేజ్ చేయించింది. ది అదర్ 5% యూ కెన్ హైర్ ఫ్రమ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్రాక్టీషనర్స్.
14, madam. Sir, 14. Marketing services, specific industries.
ఈ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సర్వీసెస్ ఏం చెప్తాను మీరు అంటే అడుగుతున్నా, నేను అడిగేటన్ని లేమని అంటే
కన్సల్టెన్సీ సర్వీస్, ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్.
నేను టీచర్, నువ్వు టీచర్ కూడా నేను నాకు ఒప్పుకోవాలి కదా, అడిగి తెలుసుకున్నాను. ఎంతసేపు దెబ్బలు పడచ్చు నేను. ఇప్పుడు మీరు దెబ్బలు వాట్ ఆర్ యు గోయింగ్ టు టీచ్ ఇన్ మార్కెటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సర్వీసెస్?
Now it is moved from the government public education to private online
అంటే
education.
నేను క్లాస్లో ఏం చెప్పగలుగుతుంది, దాని మీద బుక్స్ థియరీ వచ్చిందా ఏదన్నా అట్లా అని నేను
Online education, how it is transformed.
వాళ్ళకి అవసరమా?
School.
అంటే స్టూడెంట్ టుమారో వాంట్ జాయిన్ ఎ బిజినెస్ అంటే బై జ్యూస్ మరి అట్లాంటప్పుడు సేల్స్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ టీచ్ చేయాల్సింది అదే కదా. మనకి ఇట్లా డిబేట్ చేసుకుంటేనే రిఫైన్మెంట్ వస్తుంది. దయచేసి నేను చెప్పేది ఎప్పుడు కూడా యూ ఆల్ నో 35 years ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ఆఫ్ దట్ కైండ్. కాకపోతే డిబేట్ చేస్తేనే రాపిడి అయితేనే యాక్టివ్, డిబేట్ చేస్తేనే రిఫైన్మెంట్ వస్తుంది, లేకపోతే రాదు. నాకు తెలియదు, నేను అడుగుతాను. మనకు అన్ని తెలుసుకోవడం నా తప్పదు. So marketing of educational services is that really required to teach in a classroom for a business student. మనోడు బిజినెస్ స్టూడెంట్స్ కదా, బిజినెస్ క్లాస్ మనది, అన్ని క్లాస్ కాదు. ఎంబీఏ స్టూడెంట్స్ అంటేనే బిజినెస్ స్టూడెంట్స్. ఎప్పుడు నాకు నోరు ఇవ్వకుండా మంచిది, ఇవాళ రేపు అదే థౌజండ్స్ కాదు, కేలు 100K 200K 500K అని మాట్లాడు. మనం ఈ ఏబిసిడి తర్వాత కే ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందో వాడు చెప్పలేడు. అంటే చెప్తున్నా, తప్పు కాదు కదా. స్టూడెంట్స్ ఐటీ డైలీ వాళ్ళని ఇదే మాట చెప్తాను వాళ్ళకి, అంటే తప్పు లేదు. డిసైడ్ చేసుకుంటే అంటే నేను అడిగితే కూడా మీకు కూడా ఇంకా దాన్ని కన్సల్టేషన్ చేసుకునేది స్కోప్ వస్తుంది. దిస్ ఇస్ ఐఎమ్ వెరీ కేర్ఫుల్.
One observation on Unit 4, which is marketing services, specific industries. Is it possible to add retail here, sir? Because it's one of the top 3 industries where you have a lot of jobs. So it's just an addition here because we have covered all the other key industries.
Service retailing ముందుగా పెట్టేసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టేసి కావాలంటే కదా. రిటైల్ సర్వీసెస్ చాలా బుక్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అట్లా రిటైల్ రిటైల్ కస్టమర్ ఎలా ఉంటాడు, సబ్జెక్ట్ని ఎవ్రీడే మనము ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ అవుతున్నాం. కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే మనకు విసుగు వచ్చేస్తుంది. స్కూటర్ మీద పోతుంటే వాడు ఎవడో చేస్తాడు. వాడు సార్ ఈజ్ ఇట్ ద రైట్ టైం టు స్పీక్ టు యువర్ ఒక డైరెక్ట్ చేస్తాడు. వాడు అడగకుండానే డైరెక్ట్ స్కూటర్ మీద సార్ ఆర్ యూ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ ఇన్ ప్లాట్ ఏమంటే different kinds of sales people have been coming across. The experiences and you should present in the classroom. Every time somebody to know, is it right time to talk to you? Software is a chudar yepu sai. You move over you go demo and both of them, sir, there is a plot here, there is a thing which you do when you own the company. సేల్స్మెన్షిప్ రేపు కొత్తగా నాకు నేర్చుకుంటాను న్యూ జనరేషన్ ఇవన్నీ చెప్పాలి క్లాస్ చెప్తూనే అర్థం థియరీలో లేకుండా అప్లికేషన్స్ ఎక్కడ నీకు ఎక్కడ ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుందో చెప్పు. పంచెస్ మార్కెటింగ్ అనేది ఉండాలి. ఇవాళ రేపు పంచెస్తోనే నడుస్తుంది కదా.
Sir, in fourth unit, if you see, we are dealing with all kind of industries. But then, are we teaching one model for one industry, or generally we are teaching? Generally.
Because especially we want to educate the students what is the growth prospects in that particular industry. That's what we are taking. Unit 5.
So do we need to have charities there? So all of them are commercial.
People who are interested can learn. Maybe not during the main, but at one point as well.
పర్లేదు చూడండి అప్పాలని అప్పాలు వాటి 10 రూపాయలకెళ్ళి వచ్చాయి కదా. 4 రూపాయలకెళ్ళి 10 రూపాయలకెళ్ళి రాంపాలు వచ్చాయి.
And instead of, if we can have case studies, I think we can enrich the entire unit rather than covering it sectoral. Case studies would than
three students are two students on case study.
ఒక్క పని చేయండి మాకు అది ఏం లేదు మేడము అందరు చెప్పినట్టు రియల్గా అంటే సొల్యూషన్. ప్రతిదీ మనం చెప్పలేము. ప్రతిదీ లిమిటెడ్ టైంలో కవర్ చేయాలి. దానికి టీవీ ఉండాలా, బుక్స్ ఉండాలి, మళ్ళీ చదువుకుంటాం. లేకపోతే రావాలి వితౌట్ టీవీ వితౌట్ బుక్స్ అవైలబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ రిసోర్సెస్ చేసిన మళ్ళీ ఒక వస్తుంది. అందుకోసం ఏం చేయాలంటే సెషన్ ప్లాన్ పెట్టుకొని ఈ టాపిక్ ఉందంటే ఒక కేసు, ఈ టాపిక్ ఉందంటే కేసు, సబ్జెక్ట్లో ఒక 3-4 కేసెస్ వాళ్ళు పడేస్తే సెక్టోరల్ కేసెస్ ఆర్ ఇండస్ట్రీ స్పెసిఫిక్ కేసెస్ ఆర్ కంపెనీ స్పెసిఫిక్ కేసెస్ ఆర్ టాపిక్ స్పెసిఫిక్ కేసెస్. ఇంతకుముందు మెర్జర్స్ టెక్నీషియన్స్ అనుకున్నాం. విజయ బ్యాంకు ఆ బ్యాంకు 2 మెర్జ్ అయినాయి. మెర్జ్ అయినప్పుడు ఎట్లా కల్చరల్ ఫ్యూజన్ ఎట్లా జరిగింది, కల్చరల్ ఫిషన్ జరిగిందా, ఫ్యూజన్ జరిగిందా, మీకు తెలుసు.
Just to add up on this, again, banking loan, there are different kind of services now. What banks offer to different kind of industries. They offer services to customers. That is the actual part which we see. And apart from that, they offer services to industries. They offer services to hospitals, government offices mainly, where they get a lot. So these kind of things are also something has to be specifically covered.
Sir, is there any way to include professional services industry here? Because if you look at McKinsey, Deloitte, KPMG, EY, PricewaterhouseCoopers, these are all big league players, and their business is, only a Deloitte business itself is $40 billion. So they are huge. If I combine everybody, it's coming almost, just mentally doing a math here, it's coming to $300 billion. And probably that's huge. In fact, if I look at it as Bain Associates, McKinsey, Accenture, these are into big time consulting. Now consulting is the industry. So is there a specific sub-module which can be added here, sir? Because in the 4th unit? No sir, under professional services marketing, again I see consultancy. In that specifically I am looking at advisory services. Yes. Because we have audit, we have risk assessment, we have advisory. So these are the 3 ones which are happening.
This will add.
Yeah.
If 4th unit is okay, then we will move to the last unit of the marketing session. So that is services in global perspective.
One more small thing in 4th unit. There are a lot of online services which have come recently. What kind of services you offer? That was must be included. You see, Alcon Lab. So many services are there. Similar kind of industries, I think there are enough of us to cover in the package.
Nowadays, selling is very easy. Service is the big difference. Okay. Cover దీంట్లో ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇంటాజిబుల్ ఫినాన్షియల్ కస్టమర్కి ఏంటంటే ఏం కనిపించదు, డబ్బులు ఎంత ఏం కనిపించదు. సర్వీసెస్ మీరు ఇక్కడ సేల్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఒకరు సర్వీస్ ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు సర్వీస్ పర్సన్ కనుక మార్కెటింగ్ నాలెడ్జ్ లేదు, కస్టమర్ అక్కడ కంపెనీ నుంచి డిటాచ్ అయ్యే ఛాన్సెస్. అందుకని ఇక్కడ సర్వీస్ పర్సన్ కంపల్సరీ మార్కెటింగ్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఉండాలి. ప్లస్ కస్టమర్లో ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ కస్టమర్ సేల్ చేసే పర్సన్ కన్నా ఆఫ్టర్ 2 గంటల వర్క్స్ షోరూమ్ నుంచి కస్టమర్ పోయే కార్ ఉన్న తర్వాత అసలు మార్కెటింగ్ పర్సన్తో సంబంధం ఉండదు, కంప్లీట్ సర్వీస్ పర్సన్తోనే సంబంధం. అక్కడ కస్టమర్కు కనుక సరైన గైడెన్స్ ఆ సర్వీస్ పర్సన్ నుంచి రాలేదు, యూ కెన్ చేంజ్ ద బ్రాండ్ అండ్ చేంజ్ ద షిఫ్ట్.
Take one TV service only. Usually, if you buy a TV and person is living in some village, service person has to go and pick the TV in the village. He has to travel 200 kilometers. How pissed off he will when serving.
అక్కడ సర్వీస్ పర్సన్ ఏంటంటే మార్కెటింగ్ పర్సన్ అయి కూడా ఉన్నారు.
In fact, I told this case study, Sony TV. Someone purchased in Adilabad district. They need to travel to Hyderabad. Around 700 to 800 kilometers for the service.
ఇక్కడ ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్ కంపెనీ ఈజీలీ సెల్లింగ్ దర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్, బట్ ఆఫ్టర్ సెల్లింగ్ ద ప్రొడక్ట్ సర్వీస్ ఈస్ ద బిగ్ ఇష్యూ. ఆఫ్టర్ సర్వీస్
అందుకోసమే కదా సర్వీస్ పొజిషనింగ్ మార్కి వాడు ఏం చేసిండు, మనాలికి పోయి పానీ మిలేగా అన్నాడు. మనాలిలో ఏముంటుంది, అంత ఐసే కదా, బట్ మారుతి సర్వీస్ మిలేగా. See how you, as a marketer, you must know how to position your service or product to make the customer to buy.
No, I think, sir, he had made a very valid point.
Yes.
When he was talking about role of HR,
Yes.
role of people and services, delivery of services.
Yes.
So delivery point of view he was talking.
Delivery is a service delivery.
and
Service
role
delivery.
of, role of HR there.
Yes, yes. Service delivery. దానికి ఒక కేసు ఉంటుంది, చెప్తే కదా. IIT గ్రాడ్యుయేట్ వాజ్ దేర్, మ్యాట్రిమోనియల్ మార్కెట్ పోతున్నాడు అమ్మాయిని చూడడానికి హైదరాబాద్. హీ వాజ్ ట్రావెలింగ్ ఇన్ అదేంటి BMW కాస్టింగ్. ఎందుకు పోతున్నాడు, టు అక్కడ ఎండ్ యూజర్ టు నో దట్ సింబల్ ఆఫ్ BMW మెనీ మీనింగ్స్ యూనో. కాకపోతే మధ్యలో పోయినాక BMW ఆగిపోయింది. యూ విల్ నెవర్ గెట్ మెకానిక్. అదే మారుతి అంబాసిడర్ అయితే 5 ఇంజన్ మెకానిక్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది. సో మరి ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి, హైదరాబాద్కి ఫోన్ చేస్తే లారీ వచ్చింది, BMW నన్ను లెక్కించారు, అంబాసిడర్ కార్డు అక్కడ. సో ఎవ్రీ కేస్ హెస్ గాట్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ థింగ్. Right time, right case has to be presented. Deliverables are important, delivery boy is important, delivery features are important, delivery characteristics are important. Product delivery, all kinds of delivery. Next.
Last unit, we have any suggestions from the experts?
Maybe they will be here.
If I'm looking at the Unit 5, services in global perspective, how is the coverage here, sir? Are you looking at only a global perspective, or are you also looking at global players from a regional
We are
perspective?
not talking about the global players, only
Okay.
giving the students
Global
knowledge about
strategies. Okay, I'll take an example, McDonald's. The McDonald's or a Coca-Cola, if I have in 197 countries of the world, there's in Atlanta there's a Coca-Cola museum. There you have 197 varieties of Coca-Cola available, which is in each different country. So the taste is totally different. Or if the McDonald's which I get in Pakistan, for example, is very different from what I get in India or in US. So will these strategies be also covered for global players? So they will be covered.
One case is there, structure.
This is one example, sir, because this is what we call as digital thinking, global perspective, and local reach is the mantra these days, how we project it in industry.
We thought this kind of the cases like the success story of the Coke.
Yes.
Success because of the thumbs up. They conducted the research before.
So that is rather than as a standalone case study. What I'm saying is, when you speak in services in global perspective, when you are a global player into service marketing and you are an MNC operating in more than 12, 13 nations, obviously you will have a very different service structure, strategy model. If I'm talking purely in terms of model, you're using something called a matrix structure or a matrix structure as we call it in India. I don't use a hub and spoke model no longer there, because a hub and spoke model, it may not make sense for me for a certain products. It may make perfect sense in an airline industry where, if you're flying somewhere and you go to Dubai and from there you can go to anywhere else, that's a hub and spoke model. But if I'm looking at a food industry or services industry or a telecom industry, so we look at different models here. So are these models also being covered, sir? No. Okay.
The arena is totally different. We do an international market.
Got it. Okay. You're already covering that into international marketing?
International marketing. Because we have a domain called international marketing. That's where we take on.
Okay, got it. Got it. Or specific case studies probably could be used as. Yeah.
Success in India, what is success in the US.
Okay.
So what is the failure of Walmart. Failure of Walmart in China.
Sure.
Something different.
Thank you, sir.
Overall general observations.
Sir, which you asked me in general, there is one topic which you don't cover in marketing people deal with, as in vendor management, as in the billing procedures, how they do, what kind of software they do, this is a glimpse of that, how they deal with their vendors, how do they recruit their vendors, how do they get the services market.
Vendor analysis cannot be taught in isolation. So when we have a paper in industrial marketing, that's where the value and vendor analysis.
Mental observation, wherever it
I'm not referring to any other specific paper here. At least my observation has been that, again, I'll go back to the first point which I raised. Beyond sales, how many students are even aware of the careers in marketing? What are we doing to promote them? Because that's the main point sir started with. So we have PR, public relations, we have media planning, we have event management, we have market research, we have consultings, we have assessments, we have advisory. So all these are marketing areas which are outside of sales. So is there any plan from St. Joseph's to probably address or encourage students to get into these? Because I'm speaking only, again, not from a specific paper perspective, but from an end-use perspective. Because I don't want students to be saying that I'm not good in sales, so I don't want to take up marketing. Because I see that most students are very interested in marketing, they just don't get into marketing because they feel it's like taking a bag and going on the street and selling. That's one aspect of marketing. There are multiple facets of marketing which are beyond. And there are jobs like content strategist, you have media planner, you have copywriter, you have advertisement executive. These are some of the roles which we have hired for people. And these are a lot more paying than a business development role which most colleges I see pushing it. And these roles typically start from 6 lakhs and above. Because we're paying for the skill set. So that is something, I don't know how it fits in your curriculum, but if it does fit in, this is something which takes you into a totally different league altogether. Because as Deloitte, when I used to hire people for these skill sets, I was looking at Nursi Monji and SP Jain Institute of Management Studies, because I didn't go to any Hyderabad-based institute at that point of time because I didn't get people. I was looking at things, people were giving me sales, but I was looking beyond. I was looking for a specialist PR role, or I was looking for a specific media planner for that matter. Or let's say TV9 studio is there. How do you coordinate with them? There's a specific role for this, called as media planner executive, content strategist, digital marketing strategist. So there are multiple roles out there, apart from sales and business development. Just a request from the industry side, if you as management, if you can encourage students to look beyond just sales, that will be wonderful. It will open up really high-paying jobs for them. And industry also will get excellent performance.
Why I'm asking you to write, these are the topics to be given to the industry specialists and invite them to address them, which are not covered as part of our curriculum or any available. This is a practice-based thinking.
Exactly. Yes. And also, madam, overall general grooming, again, I believe when I came in, I came in when finance talk was going on. Somebody spoke about grooming. The very fact, I make a decision within 20 seconds of a candidate walking in. I wanted to sit 20 feet away from the door. The way people walk, they are MBA students. Again, I'm diverting from the topic, but I feel this is important, even from a marketing perspective, finance or HR. Body language is a main thing. And also, how you can you engage a client? Communicating is different, engaging a person is very different. Again, sir said there are specific skill-based trainings which are happening. Is it possible to see how they can engage with them? Can they engage in a meaningful 5-minute talk with a client? Or like sir said, there are different ways you engage at different stages of life cycle of a sales. Is it cold calling? Is it pre-sales? Or is it cross-selling? Or is it confirmation selling? Or is it services management? The different product life cycles or service life cycles where we expect different skills from the students. So is there something which can be fitted in? I think that will be a very good roundup to the marketing students. And that will really make a difference between is it a hire or a no hire decision for an industry person. Yeah. Thank you.
Important because IIM Ahmedabad, there is a typical workshop like talking about the body language. Camera కూడా తీసుకుంటారు, తర్వాత ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు క్యాండిడేట్ సీట్లు ఎట్లా కూర్చున్నాడు, ఎట్లా ఆన్సర్ చేస్తుండ్రు, ఏం మేనరిజమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, చేతులు ఎక్కడ పెట్టిండు, కళ్ళు ఎక్కడ చూస్తున్నాయి, నోరు ఎట్లా మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు, స్టైల్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఏమిటి, బాడీ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఏమిటి, ఇవన్నీ అంటే రియలీ నాకు ఒక కేసు ఉండే ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టేక్ ద నేమ్. After having been awarded the PhD, he told me, he went back and saw himself in the mirror and ನಾನು PhD deserve కాదా అని అనుకుంటున్నాను. He himself had complimented so he wanted to confide that also with me. every time one son వచ్చాడు, every time he comes with the green apples. పేరు మర్చిపోయారు ఇంట్లో, మీరు లేరు గ్రీన్ యాపిల్స్ అంకుల్ వచ్చిండ్రు అంటే తనకు ఏం చెప్పిన బాబు నువ్వు చాలా ఇంటెలిజెంట్ వేరు ఎంతోసార్లు నీకు నువ్వే బ్రాండింగ్ చేసుకున్నావు, అట్లా వచ్చినప్పుడు రెడ్ యాపిల్స్ గ్రేప్స్ అని చేస్తున్నారు. ఇంట్లో నీ పేరు మర్చిపోయినా కూడా గ్రీన్ యాపిల్ అంటే నాకు అర్థమవుతుంది దేశం గ్రీన్ యాపిల్ ఎవరు మీరు కదా బ్రాండింగ్. సో while delivery time lo kuda he has branded himself as a green apple, red apple, black grapes, at least. So something branding has to be, see, this is how everywhere the marketing is important. I told him, అంతవరకు స్కూల్ రావడం మీద వచ్చిందంటే see body language is also important.
So in this context we're discussing 2-3 practices let's say the students first semester, I asked them, they got a task. You have to have 6 HR managers, birth date and marriage anniversary date on your mobile phone. And that's a task. So they were amused. They said, why this HR guy, the guy who is going to first take your first level of interview, and why should I look at you? You are also among many MBAs who are lined up. So you must have something different. how you stand different. Then the process starts. I said, how many of you know the birth and anniversary date of your faculty members? None of them know. I said, a faculty member you are interacting for the last 2 years. You don't know their date of birth, you don't know about them. How are you going to know about a customer in 5 minutes or 10 minutes time? Right. So it starts from the semester 1, right? They should know their faculty. And if you wish me, I will receive. That's a very common thing. So these are, and people don't know how to appreciate. In sales training, you basically start with that, come to the podium and say, I love you. Very few people can say even I love you very effectively. And it is so frustrating to see. If you say like this, I love you, I will never definitely fall in love with you. So, these are not part of the textbooks. And if I went to an international seminar in marketing, I was presenting a paper. I said, if you want to be a good salesman, learn the art of dating. If you are not good at dating, you cannot be a salesman. One of the professors said, Professor, this is unparliamentary. It's not respect. Respect. You must know how to do that. And for example, look at the sales and marketing students. You ask them what is the difference between bill and invoice. Many people don't know that. But these are very basic. The moment you join, you have to.
You're absolutely right. Many people do not know their house data part. Then how do you know your colleague's data part? But most people remember colleague's data part only, not the And the dating is the right way. It's the right word. It's not unparliamentary. That man must have understood the unparliamentary side of the meeting. What is wrong with dating, you tell me? Instead of D, if M is there, then it is a bigger. I don't think anything wrong. You should have the right sense to look at the word, the generic meaning of it. So you are right, sir. Professor, that professor was wrong. I agree. Had I been there, I would have. What is there wrong? Pre-dating, dating, all these things, you have to develop the concept.
So one last thing, can you take a minute? I came across a very interesting concept called support management. This is specifically provided by the top 6 business schools in India. What they're doing is they're looking at people who have been placed in high-stress sales jobs, and they're actually offering them that kind of an emotional support, because I see most people when they come from colleges and when they get into high-pressure consulting, clients shout at them, there's heavy pressure out there, they literally break down. I have seen a lot of people literally in tears, particularly when I was leading teams. So this is one thing which colleges, in fact, they are offering something which is a huge hit with alumni, which has been instrumental in getting good candidates to that college. They actually support them emotionally. They say, we are here, anything you just come and discuss with us. We are knowledgeable people, we have professors who have seen the world, literally like, sir who has literally been of so many years experience. He is the best person to literally guide people. At least they need a supporting ear or somebody to be hearing them. Again, it's out of context, but people have, and the top 6 business schools have this called a supporting wing, where they have these psychological counselors and all that, but there are people who come and speak to deans, and they also offer post passing out support also. That's what they call it. For the first initial 6 months or something, as a alumni initiative, they're doing it.
These are all bridge courses, bridge lectures have to be conducted. Stress loading personalities.
Yes.
Yesterday I was talking to my students in the class. 20% girls. What is the stress you have got? మనకి కన్నా అంటే నేను చెప్పిన నేను చదువుకున్న కాలంలో అంటే 40 years ago, one girl made a boy to run like anything. She was running after him that I love you, I love you, I love you. Just to stay there and talk to her. And that shows me what is the stress bearing personality of God. So therefore, in interview itself, you must make the students to understand the stress.
Sir, just one line. The marketing is a specialization. Again, specialization of the మార్కెటింగ్ చెప్పింది. ఎందుకంటే మార్కెటింగ్లో స్టూడెంట్ బయటకు వచ్చేది చాలా ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లోనే ఆయనకు ఏ మార్కెటింగ్ సైడ్ మార్కెటింగ్లో అగైన్ స్పెషలైజేషన్. నవేడేస్ ఎవ్రీబడి ఈస్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ స్పెషలైజేషన్. అంటే ఫ్రెషర్ ఏ కంపెనీ కూడా హైర్ చేసి అగైన్ ఇఫ్ ఈజ్ స్పెషలైజ్డ్ పర్సన్. ఇప్పుడు ఆటోమొబైల్ ఫీల్డ్ దానికి ఏంటంటే బీటెక్ స్టూడెంట్ విత్ ఎంబీఏ అలాగే దీంట్లో ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లోనే వాళ్ళకి ఏదైతే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉందో ఫినాన్షియల్ సైడ్ ఉండాలా, ఐటీ సైడ్ ఉండాలా, ఎఫ్ఎంసీ ఉండాలి, ఫార్మా కొద్దిగా దాంట్లో అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ది సబ్జెక్ట్ ఓకే మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసుకుని వాళ్ళని ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం ఇండస్ట్రీ ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం చేయించాలి.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So I take this opportunity to thank all the experts by taking the time and guiding us and giving the valuable suggestions. This second session also very excellent. You know, after the first session, I could see that a lot of innovative concepts also.
Disruptive thinking.
Yes.
New jargon.
Yes.
Disruptive technology, disruptive innovation.
Yes.
Put it in your syllabus.
Yes. So all the suggestions definitely will take it and will approach you for the further guidance and the implementation part of thing. And thank all the experts for taking the time. Thank you very much, our alumni, Mr. Sagar also. Now I request our father to felicitate all the experts. First I start
These are
with
the emerging trends in marketing. What
I request father to present token of remembrance.
These are the emerging.
Memento to Professor Vidyadhari Garu. I request father to present to Jagannathan Madhari, Senior Branch Manager, SBI Life Insurance. I request father to present Dr. Sapna Singh Madam, Associate Professor, University of Hyderabad. I request father to present to Harshavardhan sir. I request father to present to Mr. Professor Rath sir, Dean, Synergy School of Business Management. I request the father to present to Mr. Sagar, our alumni. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Small announcement for the faculty. We will break for lunch and immediately come back. 20 minutes, please. Thank you. For the next session, please assemble. Can I request all the experts to join us for lunch? Request the experts to join us for lunch, please. Thank you.
నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్కి ఇక్కడ అన్ని పెట్టేసుకోవచ్చు.
మన మొబైల్ ఉంటుంది ఇక్కడ ఎంత
Web resources. If you don't have the textbooks, one thing which I want to do is simple. Web resources, case studies. That will take care of the entire thing.
Thank you. Next lecture.
Khali water bottle. Khali water bottle. वो faculty తీసుకున్నారు ఖాళీ బాటిల్
Nice.